Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The corner crossing war is over. The ability to ladder vault a corner of private property to access landlocked public lands is now the rule across the American West. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the decision came early on Monday morning from Washington, D.C.
At 7:30 our time, without a word, the U.S. Supreme Court denied cert to Fred Eshelman Iron Bar Holdings in the corner crossing lawsuit, meaning the four hunters who crossed his property to access landlocked public land won, basically. You cannot bar access to public land with your private land. Corner crossing is legal.
Now, the win is bittersweet for the hunters' attorney, Ryan Semerad, of Casper-based firm Fuller and Semerad. He believes they could have prevailed in D.C. had the high courts chosen to hear the case. A fuel tax hike has been shot down in Wyoming despite the fact that WYDOT is facing a $400 million deficit. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports why, despite being in the negative, lawmakers didn't pass the tax to fund the Department of Transportation.
This tax was intended to fill in some of that deficit. Now, lawmakers debated back and forth about the merits of this, whether or not it would be the right thing to do for the people of Wyoming, and many comparisons were drawn to Colorado.
Now, the bill would have increased Wyoming's tax on gasoline and diesel fuel from 24 cents to 29 cents starting in July of 2026. A Wyoming legislative committee meeting in Cheyenne has adopted a draft bill to let all state law enforcement officers ticket commercial truckers caught driving without a proficient knowledge of the English language. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports this bill mirrors a federal test that was resurrected by the Trump administration.
Obama actually kind of castrated that rule, and the Trump administration revived it in June. The basic parameters set in federal rule that Wyoming seeks to match are you have to be able to read the signs, respond to official inquiries, fill out your log books, and converse with the general public. Those are the four parameters that the federal rule uses that the Wyoming bill seeks to incorporate.
The Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs Committee voted 11-1 to sponsor the bill, giving the legislation an edge going into the 2026 budget session, which opens February 9th. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
As of October 1st, Wyoming started taxing electric vehicle drivers who plug into charging stations. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that now a pro-EV group wants the new fee paused, saying it unfairly overtaxes EV drivers.
When that fee was instituted, that was a way of making up for what EV drivers weren't paying at the pump because they're not pumping gasoline into their cars. And so along comes this other tax. And so they're saying, hey, look, we're getting double taxed. So EV advocates in Wyoming are asking for a pause. Hey, can we put pause on this program and talk it out? We want to pay our fair share, but we don't think that the current program is doing that.
WYDOT says it's enforcing an existing law after broader EV reforms failed. A $10,000 reward is being offered after a shocking case of looting and vandalism was discovered at an archaeological dig site in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that details from authorities are scarce, but there's a reason for that.
They're keeping the details at a lull because they don't want copycats or anyone being inspired to head out to the area. We know it's an archaeological site around Du Bois, and there are several archaeological sites of great interest in that area. And they insinuated that there was some vandalism done, that there was permanent damage done, and that artifacts may have been stolen. So it's a pretty serious thing. And with a $10,000 reward for information that leads to a conviction, you know that they're taking this seriously and they want results.
Bonnie Smith, president of the Wyoming Association of Professional Archaeologists, tells Cowboy State Daily that the laws about the protection of archaeological sites and punishments for looting and vandalism don't have teeth. That reduces the perceived risk and punishment for people prosecuted for these crimes. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Tuesday. Jen Coker's with us. Jen, how, on a 1 to 10 scale, what's your scuffed up rating?
Solidly at an 8.5.
You probably win the scuffed up rating. I'm feeling like a 7. Together combined, we're on the scuffed up chart.
But your hat gives you an extra point in favor of not being scuffed up.
There are pluses, plus and minus, and certain things can influence, like having the proper amount of coffee could minus you down on the scuffed up. I mean, 7 and an 8.5. We should not be on the air. They should not allow us a microphone.
It's way too early for the scuffed up level. We've got to reverse course, Jake.
Yeah. You know what I do? I trick myself into thinking it's 6 p.m. And then it's the only way my body can operate. I tell myself it's 6 p.m.
For me, that would mean happy hour and then 2 hours to bed.
Yeah.
6 p.m. That's what that says to me.
Right. Okay. That might backfire then. I was just reading this report on how they did it. Headline. Can you have any idea what it is? It's international news. How they did it. What happened over the weekend? How they did it in 8 minutes.
I have absolutely no idea.
Thieves robbed the Louvre in Paris.
I didn't see that.
They made off with priceless jewelry. Think of the nerve. This is like Ocean's 11, right? Like, if you were going to rob something, casinos are right up there with don't even try because of security levels. The Louvre?
Yeah. Whoa. In this day and age.
Yeah. I mean, I was there.
Wild.
And they made me leave the room that they had the little Mona Lisa in because I didn't exit properly or something. Like, how thieves did it. They pulled up a truck. It's all mapped out. It's an interesting story. It's fascinating.
I'll have to go find that. Wow.
Yeah, there's no way they can fence this. The jewelry they took is like, it was on the neck of Louis the whatever, man. It was on Marie Antoinette's neck until the head fell off. I mean, they'll never be able to sell this stuff.
There's got to be a market for it, though, because why do it?
Yeah, why do it? You're right. Why do hackers do it? Just to say they can, but why would you risk? You're right. There's something.
Something, yeah.
So if you get an email too good to be true, offering you jewelry at a cut rate price. Hold on.
I know. I'll know now.
Don't bite.
Yeah, and it can't be an internet influencer, right? Because they live online.
I wouldn't think. Right. Some babe flashing this new, and one of these like a nice green gemstone looking, like I know what it looks like if I see it. Jen, if I see you wearing that necklace, for the reward, I may have to make a phone call.
Fair enough. Somehow I feel like I will never wear that necklace.
Right. If you're the one who stole it. Yeah. Interpol is the word's out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I had no idea that even happened.
All right. Well, that's part of the reason why we get together. I'm trying to.
Exactly.
You're like Abby. I do the Ask Abby on Thursday, and she is surprisingly unaware of anything happening in the world.
Yeah, but she makes up for it just by her general awesomeness. I've never met anybody as nice as Abby.
I know.
Like, if you're having a bad day, you'll get something from Abby. Like today, because she'll hear I'm scuffed up, something will come. She'll be in touch.
Abby, no doubt, on the awesome level, on the awesome meter, 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Every day. But she is of the age of the few people I talk to on a regular basis, is of an age where I think she's hip to, cultural stuff, pop culture. No,
she's way too cool for pop culture.
Yeah.
That's insecure people.
Yeah. She's above that.
She absolutely is. I'm going to get slammed for saying pop culture is for insecure people, but I kind of believe it.
Well, yeah. Some people are on the interwebs more than they should be. We'll just say that. I am. Oh, my goodness.
Now you have to be. It's your new world.
Yeah, but I feel like it's wasted. I know I have all this scoop and nobody else is scooping. I guess I'll fill your pail. I have the scoops. They knocked off the Louvre and stole a bunch of jewelry. Now you're up.
Yeah.
Now, please, you scoop me. I embarrassingly, probably because there's too many missing person cases. That is awful and shocking. I don't remember where we are with this Kyle Ellis. Now, why is Kyle Ellis lost, and what happened?
Kyle Ellis is found finally. So he went missing in 2018.
Yeah,
I believe. Okay. And he went off on they called it his adventures. He would just go off on these adventures. He was very religious. So he would, go on these religious quests. So they respected that, his family. And so he left in January in 2018 from Sheridan, hitched a ride to Graybull. So that's the only known action that his family and law enforcement knew at that point. So he was dropped at a gas station in Graybull. And after that, nothing, no tips, no sightings, nothing. So he was found in a wilderness area out about 60 miles from Graybull outside of Cody. And I don't know, that's all I have for description, wilderness area. His parents are actually going there this week to see that spot. But it appears that somebody then gave him a ride from Graybull to that area, because that's a long haul. He wouldn't have walked that far.
Yeah.
And then, so they think he died probably with that night or the next night. The temperatures were 0 to 20 degrees, and he just wasn't prepared. And nobody, of course, can say what he was thinking, because nobody knows. But this is one of those cases. So he was missing for all those years. What is that, 6-7 years? And I covered this. I think I picked it up. It was around when I started really getting into covering missing people. So I've been talking to his mother rather, for about 4 to 5 years. And, I just always check in with her, how you're doing, what's going on. And the parents were told in August of the human remains and the fact that they believed it was Kyle. And it took weeks I think it was 9 weeks to get the positive ID via DNA. And she said that police actually took their fresh DNA samples from she and Kyle's dad, Jay. So it just took a while for them to get ID, and it is always heartbreaking. Heather knew that he was likely deceased, but there's always that chance that he was living a different life and would be in contact with his family one day. But of course, that's not how it ended.
Yeah, I would think in the back of your mind, you hold out that sliver of hope that for whatever, maybe, you always say, like, you could have got conked in the head and he's got amnesia. It's the only reason you can.
Exactly.
The only reasoning why he wouldn't come back, even a guy who was known to just go off on his ventures.
Yeah. And he always stayed in touch with them on his adventures. Like he went as far as Texas, the West Coast, and he would always message with them on social media over Messenger. And so when he didn't do that, they knew something was up.
Yeah. Kyle Ellis, 29, when he went missing in January of 2018. So what do we know about how or where he was found? Was he was outdoors in a wilderness? Was he in a tent? Was he trying to camp?
I don't know about the tent. I'm presuming he was trying to camp. Again, I don't know what he had with him.
Yeah.
And those details just weren't available to me. But that's all we know. And I think he died. There's no foul play suspected, so they believe he died of natural causes from the inclement weather, likely hypothermia. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
At those temperatures, 0 to 20, that's cool, unless you have the right gear.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, this is January, and even, if you go out, maybe you want to make this pilgrimage to a mountain, you want to go to this lake, you want to just get out in the woods and, commune with God. But it's cold, and it does not take much in this state in winter.
And he might have accidentally ended up there because if he was hitching rides, he has to go where the ride will take him, right? So if they said, this is as far as we have you here, got to drop you here. What's curious, though, is the first person who gave him a ride came forward right away. It was a woman, and she was questioned by police, and it was clear she had nothing to do with his disappearance. But the other person who gave him a ride didn't come forward. So maybe, that person was blissfully unaware that Kyle had disappeared, or just for whatever reasons didn't come forward.
Yeah, maybe he has no idea. How did we know he got another ride?
Presumably. I mean, that's a far way to walk.
Oh, so the first ride took him to
Grable.
And where he was found was just way too far. 60 miles from there, or
yeah. If he hitched one ride, likely he hitched another. And Heather and the family have lots of connections in Grable.
Yeah.
So they put up signs and talked to, I don't know how big Grable is, but talked to the people there. Nobody remembered seeing him, and there was no video surveillance of him. So likely he was only there for a couple minutes, or however long, short time, and got another ride.
Yeah.
But it's all guessing. That's the thing. You've got a piece.
Yeah.
Shoot, and I don't speculate anymore, and I'm speculating.
You're not.
Again.
Yeah, right. Why didn't you tell yourself you weren't going to speculate anymore?
It can drive you crazy. It will drive you crazy. Like for example, I'm on the phone. Missing people. There's a group of us behind the scenes who are thinking about this stuff all the time. And I was just on the phone with Desiree Tinoco of Missing People of Wyoming, not this morning, but over the weekend, and we were speculating like crazy about Chance Engelbert and Kyle. I'm like, we absolutely can't do this. We have no idea. But it's just natural.
Yeah, but that's one way to make sort of a blueprint. I'm sure it's what investigators do. They probably go, what is the most likely thing? Oh, he got a ride here. Then he got another ride, and somebody said, that's as far as we go, or whatever. And then, okay, what's crazy? If you're in the idea space, you're like, give me the craziest scenario. What else could you gotta that's how you make a flow chart or whatever to try to figure things out. And it's okay to speculate.
All right.
I mean,
I'll speculate a little bit.
The simplest thing is, he got one ride, then he got another, and that ride, for whatever reason, dumped him off. Maybe the ride he got with, it was a crazy person who was like, I feel bad. I shouldn't have picked you up. I'm really nervous. You have to get out here. You're making me nervous. And my husband says, never pick people up. You got to get out here. And then it's like 0 degrees and no ride, no other car comes for a while. I don't know. Now I'm speculating.
Yeah. Have you ever picked up a hitchhiker?
A long time ago. I haven't recently. I got no problem with it. I mean, I have a gun in the truck. What are they going to do? I'm not worried about picking up. But most of the time, I'm either embarrassed in the state of my truck interior. No, but most of the time, I have all kinds of crap. Like I have something in the passenger seat, either a wife or a backpack or, something.
Fair enough.
But yeah, sometimes. But around where I am, I know where they're going usually, especially when they're holding a snowboard. I'm like, nah, I'm not going to the mountain, dude. They want to go up there.
I was going to say where you live.
Yeah, they're usually going to somewhere to recreate. And I'm like, one of your hippie friends will get you,
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So interesting story and some. For the family of Kyle Ellis, some resolution. I think they did say, because they're people of faith, they knew that the minute Kyle dies, he's with his Savior, presumably. Mm-hmm. So he's in a better place, new place. Now they know for sure.
They know for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
So and I always hear from the families, it's such a complicated, the pain doesn't end there, but.
Yeah. People who just go on walkabouts. Is that you? Like someone who just, I know, I don't either. I admire that you can just unplug. You say, I'm going, I'm going to just walk to wherever. I'm going to go to wherever. I'll be in touch sporadically. Like, I just don't, I can't.
No, I'm a control freak. I regulate my day down to the minute. That would freak me out.
Right. Maybe that's what we need to reduce our scuff level. Is just to learn to free ourselves up.
It just won't happen. It just won't happen without restraints or drugs.
If I look for you to pop in the Zoom room Thursday and I don't see you, Jen, I'm going to make some phone calls. I'm afraid you did.
You're going to have to.
You just decided to unplug.
I mean, if that happens, that means I have officially gone crazy. So please do look for me because I don't have children.
Yeah, that is not your character. I know that.
Yeah.
All right. Me too. Maybe one day, both of us, so it'll just be a blank screen here.
It's my fear. I want to go back and maybe have children because I'm going to be the one muttering, walking around naked. Nobody's going to stop it.
I
need something. Luckily, I teach and I can maybe groom one of my students.
Yeah, because the way it is nowadays, you got to pay for somebody to babysit you when you are slobbering and too old.
And you're not going to know. That's the scary part. See, and the control freak in me can't handle it.
Oh, don't think about that, Jen.
All right. I'll take it off my plate for today.
Because even if you had kids, they would likely just, put you away somewhere and,
Yeah.
I don't know.
They probably wouldn't like me.
They'd go through all your stuff. Yeah. They'd be dividing your spoils and you wouldn't even know it. Yeah. So kids aren't necessarily the answer.
Good point. Good point.
All right.
That's uplifting, Jake. All right. We started the morning off on a positive note.
Oops. Yeah. I'm now at an 8. You're at a 9.5. Scuff alert. Yeah, we did not help things. Jen, have a good as Tuesday as you can at this point.
We'll do better Thursday.
Okay. All right,
Bye-bye.
We'll see you. Jen Coker joining us this morning. Her story, mother of missing Sheridan May Kyle Ellis, believed remains have been identified. Kyle was known to go off on some jaunts. He did. Got a hitchhike ride, maybe got another, and then was found, 6 years later. It just astounded by how big Wyoming is. There's people who listen to the show who maybe have never been here. They just don't get it. Somebody maybe from Boston, Massachusetts, where it's impossible to go missing for 6 years, to just walk out into the woods and never be found for a long time. In Wyoming, it's kind of the norm to walk outside in January and they don't find you until 6 years later, almost 7 years later. My goodness. But at least we got a period at the end of this sentence. Kyle Ellis. Jen Coker wrapping up that story for you in the Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Boom.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am an U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Weather forecast for you across the state. It looks like this. Not a bad week this week, really. Pretty nice. Sunny, breezy, and 60 in Casper. And that's for, second half of October. That's all right. Sunny, 60 in Riverton. Evanston, sunny, 57. Green River, you'll top out around 58 with plenty of sunshine. Pinedale, sunny, 53. Alpine, 55 and sunny. DuBois, sunny, breezy, 54. Jackson, little fog in the morning, but otherwise sunny and doing the speed limit, 55 today. Thermopolis, sunny, 59. Cody, 61, sunshine. Abundant sunshine in Buffalo, 56 the high. Sheridan, 61. Sunny. Gillette, 57. Newcastle, sunny, with the highs near 56. Torrington, 64 today and sunshine. In the state capital, sunny and 62 in Cheyenne. Laramie, sunny, breezy, 58. Roland, sunny, breezy, 53 today. So pretty nice day today. Nice week. But heads up just in time for the weekend. If you're one of those weekend warriors and you want to get out there and chase wapiti or do something this weekend, snow will drive the elk down. You got that going for you. If the elk have been too high, for you, and they do like to stay up. Elk know exactly when it's hunting season. Elk are not dumb. And around here, they stay high in the mountains. They make you really work to go get after them. But sooner or later, weather drives them down to lower elevations. Sooner or later, being a little bit this weekend, that snow is going to push elk down for you hunters. But are you going to be able to handle the conditions? I don't know. It's going to be cold, snowy this weekend. I'm looking at a list of best small college towns, best of mid-sized, best large college towns. Not necessarily rating the college or university itself, but the atmosphere, the town. Like, you want to go to college in this city because there's abundant housing, affordability of the town or city, and things to do. It's the list of best and worst college towns in America for 2026. And Laramie did make the list under small college towns, of course, and overall made the top 30 as a place where you would enjoy college. And again, not necessarily the university environment, but just social life. What ranked Laramie fairly high was its pretty good score for social environment rank, sort of pretty good, and a really good score for wallet friendliness. Laramie was easy on your budget, where other college towns not necessarily so. For instance, topping the list was Austin, Texas. Best college environment, social environment rank was pretty high. Academic and economic opportunities rank was pretty high if you're going to school in Austin, but the affordability not necessarily great. Laramie, meanwhile, did not score too well in stuff to do, at least not compared to bigger cities, but did rank pretty good in the overall affordability. 27th overall ranking in the top 30. And that overall means no matter the size of the town, but as far as mid-size, small, medium, Laramie was top 5, came in 5th best small college town. Mid-size, it was Tempe, Arizona, topping the list. And best large college towns, Austin, Texas. Also, reading about that heist at the Louvre. Who has the nerve? This is total Ocean's 11. Or I guess, what are they up to now? Ocean's 30-something? They'll never stop doing the oceans. Thieves broke into the Louvre Sunday while tourists were perusing art made off with jewelry said to be of incalculable worth. And it took just 8 minutes. The Louvre job. How did they do it? 9:30 a.m. Truck arrives. Thieves break into the gallery through a second-floor window. What? How is a window? I'm assuming there's alarms on the windows, right? This is the Louvre. I was there at the Louvre years ago, and I remember security identified me, which isn't hard. I mean, I was in line in the mass of people that want to go up and see the Mona Lisa. And the Mona Lisa, when you see it in person, is pretty small. You go into this room, this gallery room, and you see first thing you see is a mass of people. Just like in Yellowstone when there's a grizzly bear. The first thing you see is not the grizzly bear in Yellowstone. It's all the people who are looking at the grizzly bear. So the first thing you see in Mona Lisa room is all the people's looking at Mona Lisa. And you can't see it from way back there. So you got to wait your turn And eventually the push, the mass of peoples recirculates and you get up there towards the front. It's not an official line, just sort of a mass of people. And you move your way to the front and you exit. Ingress is kind of do it as you can. You can be as pushy as you want. Egress is out through the wings, sort of. So I got up there, saw the Mona Lisa, did the Chevy Chase when he looks at the Grand Canyon. Okay. there it is. And I went out and I identified the exit, the egress didn't make sense to me. It was going to be harder to get out of there the way they had it rigged up. It was going to be more difficult to get out the way they wanted you to. There was tons of people there. So I kind of went around this other way and, oh man, security was there. You can't go out that way, sir. It's not like I had the Mona Lisa under my arm trying to get out, And so if they're that tight in the Louvre, which I'm not surprised. I mean, this gallery's got some of the most prestigious pieces of art in it. Then how do a couple of goofballs driving a truck break in through a window and make off with a whole bunch of jewelry? They got in with the truck, presumably pretending to be a delivery truck. They must have watched Oceans 11 and 12 and 13. They figured out how to do it. Here's how we're going to do the job. They drew it up. They break into the Apollo Gallery through a second floor window and then snatch these jewels. They arrived at 9:30. By 9:38, two thieves are leaving on high-powered scooters, just taking off. They got a whole bunch of jewels. The robbers grabbed a royal sapphire necklace, a royal emerald necklace, and a crown worn by Empress Eugenie, the wife of Napoleon III. Wow. Their entire haul has been made public because, of course, people at the Louvre are wanting everyone to know exactly what was stolen. So in case it turns up at your local pawn shop, you can maybe make a 911 call. How? Man, in this day and age, it's just surprising how thieves were able to do that. I don't get it. It's not stuff you could ever wear, as I was talking to Jen. So if Jen comes across this, it's not like and buys it online on eBay. It's not like you could ever wear it. You would be identified pretty quickly. Rocking the Napoleon III's wife's crown. Yeah, it's not. You wouldn't wear that to your average costume party this Halloween. News in the Cowboy State Daily today that happened over the last 24-hour period. Claire McFarland has a story about a bill that would allow Wyoming police to ticket non-English speaking truckers. That's the pincushion, that's the voodoo doll of the day, is these truckers who can't speak English good. That's who we're witch hunting today, recently. I'm not saying it's not right. I'm just saying there's no provisions made for your average Russian truck driver, your average Indies, in India native truck driver who can speak sort of good broken English, who happens to be a fantastic truck driver. There are those out there who they're not going to be able to hold a very good conversation in English, but they're gear jammers, man. They can drive better than a lot of regular old Americans. But because their English is limited, they're suddenly the enemy. Yeah, I'm concerned. There's also concern this bill that did pass 11-1 out of committee could also cause for targeting. Let's say you know a certain trucking outfit likes to hire a lot of J1s, or likes to hire a lot of foreign truck drivers and help them get their CDL and then put them out on the road. Let's say you know that as a highway patrol. Are you going to light them up every time you see that trucking outfit go down the highway? Whoop! Targeting, that's what they're worried about. Representative Bob Nicholas Cheyenne was the lone nay vote during Monday's meeting. He didn't immediately respond to Claire's asking him, but we did learn from the meeting that his concern is some certain companies or truckers could be targeted. It was also a concern of Kevin Hawley. He's president of the Wyoming Trucking Association. He voiced his support for the bill, but he did say we need to hold more than the driver accountable for these infractions. It's the trucking companies who hire non-English speaking drivers. There should be something in the bill that punishes them. But the 11 that voted for insist it's not about racism. It isn't picking on anyone. It's about safety. I could see that concern requiring an English proficiency when trucking. I am a little concerned that it could be targeting really good truck drivers just because they can't speak good English. Shouldn't that be the biggest concern, whether they're safe drivers? There's probably really, really crappy, dangerous drivers out there whose English is fantastic. And maybe we're getting our eye off the ball when we go after broken English, great truck drivers. I don't know. But it is similar to maybe the airline industry, where what if there was no requirement that a pilot speak English and the tower says you're clear on runway 14, and the pilot from Air France has no idea what the tower just said, and he heads out there on runway 12, and whack. Yeah, there needs to be like at least some common language. You got to be able to read some signs that say road closed, or signs that say take your cruise control off for the next 20 miles because there's black ice. What's black ice? What black ice? Yeah, you do need to have some English because you're driving essentially a 40-ton missile. 40 ton, is that how much trucks weigh? I have no idea. Read that story from Claire McFarland. This bill would allow Wyoming police to ticket non-English speaking truckers. We already know that they can get in trouble if they're in an accident. They can be in trouble for not speaking English. But what if we can just cite them for not speaking English at all? The Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs Committee voted 11-1 to support the bill. It gives legislation an edge going into this budget session where presumably you'll see this. That opens February 9th. The bill would still have to clear a 2/3 vote to pass introduction since it's not considered a budget piece of legislation. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with special guest Doug Kelly. We're going to talk AI after this.
Looking for a Saturday morning show that's not your typical news talk? Join your buddy Bags, John Baggett, for Cowboy State Daily Radio, where things get a little wild, a little weird, and a whole lot of fun. From 6 to 10 a.m., Bags dives into everything from radio to rodeo, teachers to preachers, music to media, sports to the supernatural. You'll hear interviews with newsmakers, entertainers, experts, and maybe even a few oddballs. It's less politics, more personality, sometimes serious, sometimes silly, always interesting. Text, call, or email your thoughts live at 307-278-9228. 888-585-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the show live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X. And if you sleep in, no worries. You can listen anytime on the Cowboy State Daily Radio archives. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling along on a Tuesday. Doug Kelly joins the conversation. Doug is CEO of the American Edge Project. We're going to talk AI, artificial intelligence, and the global race to be the leader in it, to control the narrative, or however you want to phrase it, because it's an issue of economic concern, certainly. If you're first, if you're the innovator, as we know with many things, that puts you at an economic advantage. It's also a matter of national security, and that's where Doug comes in. Doug is pushing to make sure America leads the way in AI and not somebody else. And that somebody we always think of is China. They're investing an enormous amount of money in artificial intelligence. Doug, where do we start? What's at stake in the race to be how do you even know if someone is in the lead in a race for AI?
Well, first, thanks for having me, Jake.
You bet.
Secondly, it's not as easy as like a 100-yard dash to see who. In reality, this is the marathon race with China. But the stakes are really, really high, as you outlined at the start of this, right? Because the winner in artificial intelligence is going to get decades-long advantages in national security, economic prosperity, new technologies, but also influence all across the globe. Because at the end of the day, look, we have two very different values than China, right? Our technology is built on openness, accessibility, and freedom, and theirs is built on censorship, control, and surveillance. And so it matters which country's technology is the backbone of the globe's digital future, because it's either going to help freedom or hurt freedom. And that's why America's got to win.
Yeah, and you just as you said, America, you would think America would stand for or would utilize AI in a open, open coding kind of way, like a free expression kind of way. Whereas China, there's a fear they would maybe weaponize AI, use it to. I think China's
they already are. They already
China
are.
And Russia are already at that. Just open your Facebook page. Yeah, you're right. So there is national security concerns. Yes.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I mean, I want to make sure that everybody who's listening to you understands that this AI debate isn't some academic ivory tower issue. AI has real lasting benefits for working class families. Let's just tick through them quickly, right? So on the healthcare side, right? Artificial intelligence means faster diagnoses of things that may be wrong with you or a loved one. It means customized medicines and treatments for those of diseases that we can cure now. And it means faster cures for diseases that we can't cure right now, like Parkinson's or Alzheimer. On the economic side of the house, small businesses are one of the biggest users of artificial intelligence right now because generally they're 2 to 3 people, right? They don't have enough time in the day to do all that they want to do. So if they can use an AI tool to help them write some marketing content or do a blog post or do a social media post, that saves them real time that they're not using to downsize their employees, but they're using to make more profits and then invest more in the community. And lastly, just on the education side, Jake, there's giant benefits here, right? So for kids that are in, these can be personalized tutors for kids who are struggling with certain areas, right? Overall, it's a great knowledge repository for anybody who wants to learn. And then third, for adults who want to either reskill or upskill, these AI tools and the partnerships AI companies are building with states are really powerful. So the middle class has an enormous benefit to winning this AI race.
And we're talking about an emerging field. We don't even know the limits or the end. We're just sketching out where AI is headed. We know that it is going to be the future, and America has always been the leader in certain things. The Manhattan Project, Apollo, getting to the moon. You have made these two connections. I'm reading some from the website, by the way. Get on the interwebs using AI or just regular old Google, AmericanEdgeProject.org, AmericanEdgeProject.org, and learn more about what Doug Kelly is doing. Doug, give me an idea of how America can own sort of AI the same way, there is a Microsoft today because they were the industry leader in, designing a computer and software. Similarly, there are certain things where you're going to be able to make innovative breakthroughs in AI through the genius of Americans and other partners. We're going to reach out to maybe other countries and partner countries that don't hate us. But yeah, what are some of the things we could take ownership of? What does that look like to be the backbone of AI and make that USA?
Sure. So to win any contest, you got to know who you're competing against, right?
Yeah.
And our number one opponent in this is China, and China is seriously investing in this, right? $2.8 trillion they've invested in the technologies of the future, which include AI. No matter how you slice it, that's a lot of money. The second thing they're doing is whatever they can't build, they steal from us. They steal about $500 billion a year in technology and trade secrets from us through hacking. And then the third part of what they want to try and do is to make the world increasingly dependent on their technology so they have leverage and geopolitical strength. That's who we're up against. So for us to win this, it really comes down to 4 things. And President Trump, in his plan he announced in July, he had it right on the money, right? So the number one thing is we need a lot of energy to power AI. We do not have enough energy. China has double the amount that we do. We need to create more energy from all sources and put it online now so that we can power AI and all the other priorities that we want to do of remanufacturing here, et cetera. And Wyoming's got a key role to play in that.
And Doug, that's why we're seeing all these data centers, I would assume.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's where you process and train these models. The second part where we win is we build that infrastructure of data centers, just like you talked about, right? We're way ahead of China in this area. And so we want to keep driving that advantage. The third area that we have to compete to win, make sure we win, is in talent, right? So that starts with really strong AI talent of the kind of the geniuses who create and cook all this stuff up. Well, in the top 20% of those geniuses, almost 50% of them are from China. We're not even close to where we should be in this area. The second part, though, of that talent piece is the skilled tradespeople who build these data centers, right? It takes thousands of people to build one of these giant data centers. But right now, we're several million people short when it comes to plumbers and pipe fitters and electricians and HVAC specialists. And this is a job growth area that will be very, very lucrative going forward for the next 15 to 20 years. And so it's great opportunities for middle-class people and their families and their children. And the fourth part of here, what we got to do to win of the playbook is we have to make sure America is adopting this technology first and spreading their version across the globe. Because China is hungry to adopt it. 90% of the people are like, yeah, I'm excited about adopting this. In America, the polling shows like a third of our people are excited, right? People are very suspect. Hey, I'm not going to use it. I'm worried about it. I understand that concern. I understand, but just go onto any one of the free tools, whether it's OpenAI, whether it's Meta AI, whether it's Gemini from Google, and just put in the basic questions. If you can use a web browser, you can use AI, and just ask it your trickiest question. I'll give you the Bob Kelly example. That's my dad, right?
Yeah.
He's 84, and I said, Dad, what do you think about this AI? And he's like, I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical. I said, Dad, you're a great electrician. Put in your toughest electrical question into it. And he did. And he's like, he saw the answer in 5 seconds. And he said, yeah, that's pretty much right. And now he's like a case study in who uses AI. He uses to plan its garage replacement. He uses to plan everything around the house. So it matters. It's a very powerful and beneficial technology.
Yeah, there's going to be an educational component because I am also a little nervous about AI. I am skeptical and don't think that the Chinese don't take advantage of that. You'll see a story placed, a fake story, or maybe even a real story, but it rates high in your socials feed about how an AI robot decided, that man was a cancer and is killing us all. Like, it's weird stuff that you couldn't see on the socials, making AI seem nefarious and scary. Another thing.
Just remember, Jake, that misinformation has always been around way before the internet. If you think about the misinformation and propaganda that Russia put out, that China put out during the Cold War, like it's always there, right? It can just happen at faster volume and more frequency now. So people still always have to have their guard up on this thing. But at the end of the day, the benefits of AI and the massive changes it's going to bring to industries that are positive and good, it's going to far outweigh any negative on that.
In the U.S., it's just crucial, as we talked to Doug Kelly, American Edge Project, CEO of American Edge Project, crucial that U.S. leads the way here. The United States must lead in AI development, deployment, and we're already behind in spending. China's spending. China's got a lot of people to hammer out data centers, that's for sure. And they do have a lot of intellectual capital, but so do we. Doesn't all come from Silicon Valley. We can partner with other nations. Another big thing, though, Doug, I think you point out is we got to stay out of our own way as far as government with over-regulations. We got to smooth the path. We all got to work together to get there.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. So when the internet first came around, right, I'm 60, so I remember when it hit.
Yeah.
And when it first came around, Congress looked at this and said, this is a transformational technology, and we want to make sure the American version of it becomes the global standard. So what they did is they put on a 10-year freeze of what states could do with AI regulation or internet regulation. So basically, states wanted to tax internet sales. Congress said, hold up for 10 years. We got to let this technology emerge and grow. Well, what happened was that was an incredibly smart decision, and America's internet standard became the global standard. Fast forward right now to AI, right? We're in basically year 3 of AI as people know it today, right, with the ChatGPT version. We are in year 3. That is way too early to be making any heavy-handed decisions of how we're going to regulate, what that regulation looks like. We need the widest possible guardrails of regulation on this so that we can innovate smartly, wisely, and successfully to beat China. And right now, I'll be honest with you, some of our biggest challenges are in the states, right? The federal government's not really heavily regulating AI right now, but states feel they have to step up. There's 1,100 bills in the states to regulate AI. even if just 200 of them pass. Imagine if you're a small company who's developing a great AI tool. You now have to deal with 200 separate regulations. How in the world can you possibly navigate that? So we need to make sure we have a state freeze on this. And we need also to make sure on the federal government that they're making sure our AI models can be as powerful as possible by not restricting the content that they can be trained on, right? We got a lot of good copyright law right now. That needs to stay the same right now.
States lawmaking may be an indication of trepidation, because lawmakers tend to be of a generation that doesn't understand AI. It'll take education across the country. Wyoming doing its part, building data centers, because the war is on. The American playbook to win the AI race with China. That was written by this guy, Doug Kelly. Find it on the AmericanEdgeProject.org. Doug, I'm sorry we're out of time. We got to have you back on, because this issue is only going to heat up.
Yeah. Jake, thanks so much.
You bet. Thank you. That's Doug Kelly, AmericanEdgeProject.org. We got to bust out of here for top of the hour news. We'll see you on the other side. Thanks for spending your Tuesday with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Now, you've probably heard that everything that happens in a Western happened first in Wyoming. Well, a historian says she's traced Wyatt Earp's first gunfight to, yeah, that's right, you guessed it, right here in the Cowboy State. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean says a personal diary unlocked this mystery.
Wyatt Earp's first gunfight has been traced to Orrin, Wyoming. Up until now, it was thought that his first gunfight was in Illinois. But no, he was 16 years old. He was a guard for a wagon train that was headed to San Bernardino during 1864. This is when the North Platte River raids were going on. Their wagon train was attacked by Indians. This was uncovered by a historian with Wyoming ties. She doesn't live here, but her name's Janelle Maloney. She possesses the diary of Sarah Jane Russo. So we have this extensive entries about her whole trip west. Wyatt Earp is her wagon guard.
Maloney tells Cowboy State Daily that this confirmed history could reshape Earp's early legend and add a new chapter to Wyoming's Wild West legacy. The corner crossing war is over. The ability to ladder vault a corner of private property to access landlocked public lands is now the rule across the American West. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the decision came early on Monday morning from Washington, D.C.
At 7:30 our time, without a word, the U.S. Supreme Court denied cert to Fred Eshelman Iron Bar Holdings in the corner crossing lawsuit, meaning the 4 hunters who crossed his property to access landlocked public land won.
The win is bittersweet for the Hunters' attorney, Ryan Semerad of Casper-based firm Fuller & Semerad. He believes they would have prevailed in Washington, D.C. had the High Court chosen to hear the case. A fuel tax hike has been shot down in Wyoming despite the fact that WYDOT is facing a $400 million deficit. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports why, despite being in the negative, lawmakers didn't pass the tax to fund the Department of Transportation.
This tax was intended to fill in some of that deficit. Now, lawmakers debated back and forth about the merits of this, and many comparisons were drawn to Colorado, a place that has a very high tax rate for a lot of different things, and they shot it down, which means that this bill is not going to move forward.
Now, the bill would have increased Wyoming's tax on gasoline and diesel fuel from 24 cents to 29 cents starting in July of 2026. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
A Wyoming Legislative Committee meeting in Cheyenne has adopted a draft bill to let all state law enforcement officers ticket commercial truckers caught driving without proficient knowledge of the English language. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports this bill mirrors a federal test that was resurrected by the Trump administration.
Obama actually kind of castrated that rule, and the Trump administration revived it in June. The basic parameters set in federal rule that Wyoming seeks to match are you have to be able to read the signs, respond to official inquiries, fill out your log books, and converse with the general public. Those are the 4 parameters that the federal rule uses that the Wyoming bill seeks to incorporate.
The Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs Committee voted 11-1 to sponsor the bill, giving the legislation an edge going into the 2026 budget session, which opens February 9th. And a $10,000 reward is being offered after a shocking case of looting and vandalism was discovered at an archaeological dig site in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that details from authorities are scarce, but there's a reason for that.
The Wyoming Game and Fish Department is reaching out to people trying to get information, but they're keeping the details at a lull because they don't want copycats or anyone being inspired to head out to the area.
Bonnie Smith, president of the Wyoming Association of Professional Archaeologists, tells Cowboy State Daily that the laws about the protection of archaeological sites and punishments for looting and vandalism don't have teeth, and that reduces the perceived risk and punishment for people prosecuted for these crimes. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Christopher Holton. I'm very active. It was a Saturday morning. Normally I go for my normal walk.
With no warning, Chris suffered a near-fatal heart attack. But thankfully, Brian Buckley, a bystander, saw him collapse and rushed to help.
He did this big gasp for air and then just stopped. It's like I went into autopilot. It's like all that training I did back in the day around CPR just magically came out of nowhere.
Because of the CPR training that Brian received, Chris did make it and didn't die on the trail that day. CPR training provided by the American Heart Association.
Looking at your hands, these 2 hands could save a life.
Being a father, you want to be around. You want to be around for your kids.
Heart disease is America's #1 killer. To learn more about how the American Heart Association helps save lives, go to helpheart.org.
Yeah, so I just reached out to Doug Kelly's people, and I said, we got to get Doug on again here and book him for a double segment because this is a huge issue. AI, artificial intelligence, I think even the most computer ignorant person realizes the AI is the future. And yeah, it's going to take over some jobs, some tedious tasks that people do, but there'll be all new jobs that open up. There's no reason to be afraid of AI. And I'm talking to myself because I am afraid of AI. I'm afraid, Arnold Schwarzenegger, the cyborgs, and artificial intelligence going to decide the people that created it have to go. You never know. But it is crucial that in this emerging tech, in this field, in this artificial intelligence race to be the leader, the dominant, the model, it's important for the U.S. to lead here because the U.S. leads better than other countries. Certainly better than China because they've got a history of censorship and sneakiness, and I'm not sure we consider them an ally at this point. Sort of a tenuous agreement in play. I mean, if I just read something the other day that said if China decides to turn off its rare earth production and suddenly we didn't have China's rare earths, it could cripple the United States in months because we still don't have our rare earth mining and processing up to where it needs to be. And without rare earth, you can't operate anything today. I couldn't even do what I'm doing. I guess there's a whole mess of rare earth in this webcam. There's a whole bunch of rare earths in the computer. There's probably rare earths in this mic. I should clean it every now and then. Who knows how many filthy rare earths are in there? Yeah, you need that. And we still are pretty dependent on China regarding that. Anyway, the race for AI, though, crucial. If China ends up owning and being the artificial intelligence nation leading the way, what can we expect? It's going to be an economic disadvantage it's going to put America at. And we already owe China how many trillions of dollars? And it'll be possibly weaponized. AI can be used to hack and attack. Do we really want, I mean, China's spending an enormous amount of money, $2.8 trillion, as Doug points out. Yeah, educate yourself, learn more. We'll have Doug on again. Doug Kelly, CEO of the American Edge Project. And his recent piece he wrote, The American Playbook, How We're Going to Win the AI Race Against China. U.S. has done it before, put a man on the moon before anybody. We have had global influence before. We have put our collective thinking caps on, and we've moved in a direction as one regarding the Manhattan Project, the Apollo race to the moon, and even the interwebs. We invented the interwebs, man. United States. We invented it for good. Russia and China are using it for evil. The interweb and a few other people in the porn industry are using it for evil, but it was our great idea, the internet. Don Day will be on in a moment. We'll talk weather forecast. Stories in the Cowboy State Daily we're looking at today. It's not the Louvre heist, but it is terrible behavior. Some artifacts stolen, other artifacts in Wyoming were defaced, were vandalized. Andrew Rossi has this story. I think I know where this is. There's more than one area near Du Bois that's considered an archaeological site. The one I'm thinking of is in the vicinity of Ring and Torrey Lakes. I'm not giving away any info. That's a huge area. You don't know where, but it's out that way, out that road. In fact, one of the photos from the story Andrew Rossi wrote for Cowboy State Daily, one of the photos has a caption of an actual artifact, an actual, what do you call it? The petroglyph. Torrey Lake petroglyphs near Du Bois, taken by Josh Millick, Wind River Visitors Council. So, I mean, I'm not giving away any secret. We know kind of where it is outside of Du Bois. But yeah, in this area, there was some looting that took place. Officials aren't sure even when it happened, sometime between late July and early September. It was discovered, the looting and the vandalism was discovered September 2nd. Jason Hunter is the regional wildlife supervisor for game and fish in the Lander area. He said he had to be intentionally a little vague on the description about where and what happened because he doesn't want any copycat people doing similar. He doesn't want any people who have bad intent, bad actors going up there. These are the kind of areas in Wyoming where only locals know, and it's probably better because locals are the ones not likely to carve into the petroglyphs Johnny loves Jane, you know. Locals are not likely to be the dummies here. These areas known to locals, depending on where you are, whether it's the Red Desert, there's some cool petroglyphs down there. Sometimes you'll see them appear on a map, and I can imagine officials at the Game and Fish and other officials, land managers, perhaps solicit Google Maps and Apple Maps every once in a while and say, would you take that off of there where it says such and such petroglyphs area, historic site? Like, we don't need to advertise this. If you know, you know. And if you don't, you probably don't belong there anyway. Investigators purposefully not disclosing where the site is or what type of artifacts might have been damaged, but I know in that area outside of DuBois, the general area we're talking about, there is known petroglyphs, carvings in the rock, and somebody probably spray painted them or carved them or shot at them. Who knows? Dumb behavior. But if you know who it was, you can make yourself a cool 10 grand. That's how important this is. And that's how bad authorities want to get a hold of these people. $10,000 reward being offered for the a conviction of anybody who might have been doing this. So, yeah, that's not bad. An anonymous donor stepped forward to offer the money. It's not like Game and Fish has $10K laying around. Although they always seem to have money for brand new green trucks, don't they? I got a old outfitter friend of mine who has a on-again, off-again relationship with the Game and Fish. And sometimes when he's having his anti-Game and Fish day, he'll say, they always got money for them new trucks. Hassel and me, the outfitter, saying that I got to put up hot wire around my tent to keep the grizzly bear out. I got to do this and that. I got to take down my camp every year, my hunt camp. All these regulations. And I'll get fined if I don't, and the fines go to pay for their fancy new green trucks. You never see an old Game and Fish green truck. They always seem to be pretty darn new, not dented, not even dirty. Every Game and Fish truck I see is pretty new. Anyway, the Game and Fish is not offering the $10,000. Anonymous donors come forward. Anyone with information that results in a conviction could be eligible to cash in. So don't feel bad about ratting out your friends. They're no friends of mine. If your friends don't dance, no friends of mine. We can dance if we want to. Safety dance. Yeah, they're no friends of anybody. If these guys shot at, painted over, or carved Johnny Loves Jane in the petroglyphs. Come on. These are the same kind of people that do a smash and grab at the Louvre. Take a bunch of jewelry. Idiots. Read that story in the Cowboy State Daily. $10,000 reward offered after looting vandalism at Wyoming archaeological site. In the story, it says there's a buffalo jump around there. I don't know where that is. That's news to me. I know there are a few buffalo jumps, areas where the Shoshone and other tribes, Arapaho, presumably, drove bison off a cliff in order to kill a whole mess of them at once. Because after all, chasing bison down with a bow and arrow is... I don't know what your success rate on that is. You need a fearless, fast pony. You also need a well-placed shot. This is arrow against buffalo. Buffalo usually wins that one. All respect to the tribes that hunted buffalo. But they did figure out, one way to get a whole mess of buffalo at once. You got winter coming on and you need some buffalo fur to stay warm. Buffalo hide is to chase them right off a cliff. And dumb buffalo will run right off the cliff. And there's a few buffalo jumps in Wyoming where if you went digging around, you could find a whole mess of buffalo skulls from all those many years ago. Those have been looted on occasion. And yeah, that's not a good idea. There's over 170 Shoshone petroglyphs throughout the area in this outside of Du Bois. So yeah, we know where it is. It's Whiskey Basin, Ring Lake, Torrey Lake, that area. But you don't know exactly where unless you know. And there's no signs. You just have to know. First time I came upon it, I just noticed it. That was the coolest way to discover something. Rather than to read about it on Google Maps and see a 3.5 star rating and then go find it. Like, no, that's... I happened upon these petroglyphs by pure chance, pure discovery. It was much better way to see something like this. It was so cool. I'm like, oh my, is that a... And then you get closer and you're like, oh, that is a petroglyph carved by ancient peoples before me. So neat to see that awe-inspiring discovery, and nowhere in my mind was I inclined to deface it like a moron. I just enjoyed it and moved on. Thanks for whoever put up the 10 grand reward. And yeah, I hope that works. Andrew Russi wrote that story. Andrew will be on tomorrow. We'll talk more about that. Don Day will be here in a moment, so I'm reluctant to take a break, and I'm reluctant to dive in with another story, except for, well, maybe the Scott Schwebke story. Oh, no, there's Don Day at the doorway now. Let's get him in here. Get a little day weather forecasting going on. I don't have a tricky weather question for Don at all. So I guess we'll just have to talk weather. Don, I don't have a really good, tricky weather question for you. Other than to see, I saw a nationwide, remember how USA Today used to do the weather forecast, the paper, and that was the way we all got our weather. If you were in Topeka or you were in San Fran or you were in Miami, that's the way you got your weather. Big, giant United States, and then big H for high. Like, that wasn't very descriptive, certainly not very detailed, but that's the way many Americans got their weather for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, when USA Today did that, every daily newspaper in the country had to all of a sudden really up their game on their weather pages. That's for sure. Yeah, no, I remember that.
Yeah.
That was a big deal.
Yeah, and it had, fronts, which way they were going with the arrows, and was colorful. And USA Today, man, they owned weather for a while. But Don Day Weather owns weather around here. I saw a USA Type map the other day, similar, and it had like big blue where it was cold, and then it had another color, red, where it was warmer in, huge blot, like the whole United States. And the blue kind of went right through Wyoming at an angle, giving half the state like cold temps and half the state not real cold temps. I don't know if that's true or not, but throughout the state today, it's not bad.
I tell you, the next 4 to 5 days, Jake, are going to be great.
Yeah.
This is that. You had talked about that. Are we going to get that little break in the weather where you have stormy, cold weather? You have that, getting into fall, then you have a break. This is it. I think we're going to have really nice weather. Will it be perfect? No. There's still going to be some windy areas, especially today. However, there's really no rain or snow of any consequence between now and midday Saturday anywhere. Temperatures will be at or a little bit above average. Great opportunity for the remaining harvest operations of the state, whether it's, getting things cleaned up. This is a good opportunity to start raking some leaves, work on that honeydew list, or for hunters, no big worries between now and Saturday. Now, by Sunday and Monday, things change, Jake, but between now and Saturday, get out and enjoy it. Looks good for the Border War Saturday in Laramie as well.
Yeah, we'll talk when we get closer about that one. The Cowboy is going to be wearing all black, and that's black for coal, or black for CSU's funeral. That's what I think. We're going to wear black. What did I want to ask you? That little bit of taste of winter we always get in early October. It feels like we did, Mother Nature says, hey, this is coming. And then we get a reprieve. And if you didn't listen, if you didn't get out there and see fall colors, you better do it. If you're a hunter, convince your boss to trade some days. Say, hey, I'll work over the weekend, but just give me these couple days off this week because they look pretty nice.
Yeah, a really good opportunity. And you mentioned colors, down low, the cottonwoods along the creeks and the river bottoms are still showing a lot of color and some opportunities there. October is the month where the lower elevations where there are trees, it can be really, really pretty.
Yeah. And do you know this, weatherman? Answer me this, weather guy. Do the aspen know to change because their root system says, ooh, it's getting colder, or do they get less daylight and they say, oh, it's calendar?
Well, I think it's all about the sun, and I'm no botanist, but it definitely, you'll see this. You'll see some aspens turning earlier than others, and those aspens will always be where there's a little bit more of a north aspect where they're shaded a little bit more. But I think the leaves know based on the amount of sunlight, when things change. Temperature is important too. I think it's a combination of both of those things.
Yeah. All right. I'm with you. Hey, one last thing, are you one of those guys, because this is the weekend that we probably should do it? Are you one of those guys that swaps out like footwear and clothes? Like, I got to bring all the winter clothes and the forward in the closet, all the summer stuff. They pack the shorts away. That's over.
No, I have a Wyoming closet. You know what a Wyoming closet is?
Every layer.
Everything's in there. I mean, why bother with the sorting?
Yeah, I can see that. I do have a full changeover, but I'm starting to come around to your line because some days you never know. Like, wow,
right.
It starts out 21 degrees and it's 60 and sunny by the afternoon. That's Wyoming. And that's why I tune into the day weather forecast, so I know what to pull out of the closet and how much of it. Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
Don Day, day weather forecast. We got to take a break on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be right back. Stick around.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Transportation kind of dominates the news today of the Cowboy State Daily. We heard about the one bill, a draft of a bill that breezed through committee 11-1 that would make it legal for Wyoming Highway Patrol or any law enforcement to cite a truck driver who is unable to speak English. In other words, if they pull over an 18-wheeler and they say, "Do you have any idea why we stopped you today?" That's the favorite cop's opening line, right? And if the driver responds with something unusual like, "Hello, glad to be with you. What a great day we have." Or, I don't know, something like total non sequitur, then you might be suspicious. Or if he's, do you have any idea why I pulled you over this morning? Da. You're under arrest. A bill that would allow Wyoming police to ticket non-English speaking truck drivers through committee. That's the Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs Committee. 11-1. It will likely appear at this upcoming budget session, which opens February 9. Also in the transportation topic, I'm rejoicing. I'm happy the fuel tax hike was shot down. I am anti-tax. Isn't everybody? Like, that's the last thing we need is more taxes and higher taxes. We're already taxed up to here. And I'm, I feel for YDOT. They're facing a more than $400 million shortfall in the budget. How did it get that way? How did we ever get into this kind of bind where our highway department is coming up $400 million short? It wasn't all fixing a mountain. It couldn't have been. I mean, yeah, we had to fix a mountain. Thanks, Jackson Hole, over there in Teton County, where part of the Teton Pass fell apart. That had to be an expensive ticket item that was not in the budget. And that probably received money from outside of YDOT's typical general fund. And there was also the Green River tunnels. We had that big accident in there. They had to fix the Green River tunnel, which will be open here shortly, probably 10 days-ish, 10, 15 days. Early November sometime, the tunnels will be back open in the Green River area on I-80. That was expensive. And then in general, YDOT's looking at having to replace a lot of bridges. They just did a study showing that, 8 out of 10 bridges are like falling apart and will need replacement in the coming decade. I am just guessing what the study was, but it was an alarming amount of bridges that are just not structurally sound, going to need attention here pretty soon. That's that way across the country, honestly. A bridge assessment was done in the U.S. showing, there's no shortage of bridges that need to be rebuilt because they're falling apart. And then you got the general filling potholes and plowing. Just filling the potholes on I-80 and keeping it plowed, that'll eat your budget up in a real hurry. But how did we ever get here where this department runs short every year? I mean, they don't have enough. $411 million budget shortfall for YDOT. That's YDOT's chief financial officer. What a thankless job. You think you got a job you hate? How would you like to be the bean counter for YDOT? Oh, man, that spreadsheet, it probably got a lot of numbers in the color red. Oh, Dennis Byrne. Dennis, every time he sits down to his desk, is going to be shaking his head like, I don't know how we're going to do it. $411 million shortfall, YDOT CFO says, over the next decade. How are they going to make that money? Well, they could raise the fuel tax, but look who's in power right now in Cheyenne, thankfully in this case, is conservative Republicans, fiscally responsible Republicans, penny pinching Republicans known as the Freedom Caucus. And don't ask them to raise a tax. Tax hike, there's dirty words, them fighting words. And the Freedom Caucus. And they decided the other day, back in August, they said, we're thinking about it. YDOT came hat in hand, said, we're coming up $400 million short. What about a tax at the pump? Lawmakers back in August said, we'll think about it. Well, they promised to revisit it in October. They did, and they said, no, take a hike, tax hike. They're not going to do it. Some legislators admit we got to do something. We can't have YDOT come up this short in their budget. The tax hike would have, and there was a proposed bill on the table, and during an August meeting, there was an approved amendment to the bill that would propose a 10-cent tax hike to take effect in two parts. You would be paying more at the pump on a certain date and then more on another date. I think it was a tax on gasoline and diesel would have risen 24 cents to 29 cents. You're already being taxed 24 cents on your gallon of diesel. Man. And this would have risen that to 29 cents beginning in July of 26 and would have bumped it up even further to 34 cents a gallon by June of 28. The price to register snowmobiles, motorboats, and ATVs would have also been increased. Boy, the government finds a way to tax any dang thing, don't they? They're even taxing electricity for you EV drivers, which is only fair. We're going to get to that story in a minute. But it was a tough decision. But during a meeting of the Transportation Committee Monday, YDOT Director Darren Westby thanked the committee for considering the bill. He explained that raising the tax would provide much needed support to his agency. And the lawmaker said, thanks, but no thanks. And the committee shot down the tax bill on a 7-5 vote, although Jackson Walker, who wrote the story for Cowboy State Daily, calls it a 5-7 vote. I guess that's more accurate. If the vote was in the positive, in other words, do you want to pass this? Then it would have failed 5-7. So, yeah, that would be probably correct. The decision comes as average gas prices across Wyoming continue to fall, according to AARP. Really? I see fuel, I don't know. I don't notice it dropping a lot. Natrona County leads the state with the lowest average for your cheap gas at $2.57. Boy, that's cheap. I drive a diesel, so I ain't seen $2.57 in a long time. But do you put in, there's a question of the day. Do you use the lowest octane rated fuel at the pump? Is anybody using the 91? Anyone? Bueller? Or do we all pretty much hit the 80? Now, when I drive the wife's car and I have to gas it up, I mean, I'm hitting 89. I'm doing the lowest one. Who is using 91? Who cares so much for their poor baby, their poor car, that they're putting 91 in there and thinking they're doing good? Because as we know, if you were to x-ray the ground, and we can x-ray the ground, it's called ground penetrating radar. If we were to x-ray the ground underneath the gas station, all the pipes go to the same vat. Definitely, right? There's no way that there's different tanks under the ground. A 91, a 90, and an 89. It's all one big giant tank. And if you press 91, you're just paying more for your gallon of gas. Who is putting 91 in their car? What Rockefeller, what snob, born with a silver spoon, is putting 91 octane in your vehicle? Wow, la-dee-da. Must be nice. Is there any shame? Is there anybody at the gas station throwing shade? You know, there's some old rancher there. He's got a bunch of rowdy horses in his trailer, kicking the sides and getting dents in the side. And he's fueling up his flatbed truck, his 15-year-old flatbed with diesel. He's shaking his head, gritting his teeth, because diesel's more expensive than the highest grade gas you can buy. Why is that? Diesel needs less refining than gas. I don't get it. And he's pumping, and he watches some guy pull up in his fancy Lexus, and he puts 91 octane in his vehicle. Is that rancher within his right to say, well, love must be nice? La-dee-da. I'll have the Wagyu steak and caviar. Who's putting 91 in your car, and who even believes it's 91? Someday, I'll do an investigative piece on where your gas comes from. If I have to take a shovel and dig down underground at the gas station and find 3 different tanks, I don't think so. There's only one place they put it in. I know my favorite gas station, when I see the big truck there, the Conoco or whoever brings the gas, they always put it in the ground in the same place. So how does the gas know to go to a different tank? If the guy pulls in today and says, oh, it's me, your gas delivery guy, I brought the 91 today. He puts it in the same hole as the 89. How's the gas know where to go? You're getting the same gas. But the 89 is doing $2.57 in Natrona County. I have not seen $2.57 since the 1980s. What? Other stories concerning taxing and driving. EVs are getting taxed. And guess what? EV owners don't like it. No kidding. We'll talk about that in a minute. If Jackie doesn't show up, we'll go to that story. But EV owners are mad that a tax took effect on October 1st that taxes their electricity. It's only fair. If you drive an EV, if you're that fancy or if you're that woke, you should have to pay tax just like I have to do on the diesel. And they don't like it, by the way. We'll talk about that, and we'll wrap with Jackie when we come back.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Where's my story on the EV? I lost where I put it. Electric vehicles are being taxed by the volt, right? Or is it by the amp? And the EV industry in general thinks it's too much, too high. I don't know how much it is. I guess I would have to read the story and find out, but
reading stories does help, Jake.
Yeah, reading helps. You should read something, Jake. Well, the question of the day, Jackie, is, are you one of those fancy people that drinks with your pinky off the glass? A la, oh no, you're regular. Or are you so fancy that you're pumping 91 octane into your rig, or are you choosing the lowest that the pump has?
Well, let me check something real quick.
Yeah.
All right. I have 572,732 on my RAV.
No.
So I do the second one just to be nice to it.
All right, so we won't call you one of the 1%ers. We won't call you elitist, but you're somewhere in the middle because you're taking care of your rat. Hey,
well,
much respect. 500,000 on the odometer. Wow.
Yep, over 500,000. It was pretty exciting when it made it. And it's still the same engine. And I just talked to another RAV owner, and they have 300,000 on theirs.
I heard, and mechanics say, and you know what? I'm going to get our expert on, Aaron Turpin, and I have heard that, yes, the RAV4, when you ask mechanics, like, what vehicle do you never see in the shop? They're like, those RAV4s. I'm like, I don't even know how to fix one. I've never seen one. Yeah. Okay. Well, good for you. I'm speculating it all comes out of the same tank. Like, how does the gas know where it's going or coming from? 89, 90, 91. I think there's just one tank under the ground, and whatever button you push, you're getting.
Yeah, that is a good question, but it looks like there's 3 tanks when they fill up. I've kind of watched because I get curious about those things too. So there's 3 holes they go through, and they have 3 different tanks.
All right. See,
I
was just saying that I watched too. I can just imagine you and I hiding behind the same bush. Let's see where he puts the gas. And I thought he put it in the same hole every time, but you have noticed. All right, I will trust your observational powers more than mine.
I was driving over it just like 2 days ago, and I was like, boom, boom, boom. So.
Okay. All right.
I don't know.
Jackie, I'm glad you were crucial. You joined us right in that conversation. You cleared some things up. That's fantastic. Now, please tell me why the dogs are too frightened to go around that terrible cursed tree that they hung cavalcade on. What a story this is.
Well, I think what you just did is you combined all 3 stories into one.
I did. Oops.
But isn't that how legends grow? You take a little here, a little there. Ding. And so what happened on this one is that I came across the story of the haunted tree. And it was these Cheyenne hunters, and I believe it was 1897, were hunting, and their dogs were doing great. And all of a sudden they got frightened. And it wasn't of a wild animal. I mean, these are coon dogs, so that's what they're there for, is the wild animals.
Yeah.
They got frightened of this tree. And so the men were standing around trying to get their dogs, and they were like cowering and scared. And all of a sudden, one of the men said he heard a voice. And I loved what the reporter said. In the original story, if you read it, he said, all of a sudden, everybody needed to be back to town. It was urgent. They needed to be back.
They hit a high lope for town at that point. Yeah.
Sounds like hunters too, even today. It's like, I forgot about this appointment I had. Let's go.
The wife wanted me back by 12. Yeah.
And it's 1 o'clock, so.
Wow, so spooky. That's scary. Now, wait a minute. That's not the tree that hung cavalcade. This is just another.
No.
Where is this, and what? This is 1897.
1897, and so that started me down a trail of haunted trees, because I was like, well, this is interesting. The tree itself is haunted. So then I found another account from, I believe this one was 1900, and it was about a haunted tree that people were talking about. And it was in Massachusetts. This one was an apple tree. And the locals claim that not only did they have the ghost standing there, because what happened, I'll back up, is a peddler had been murdered and found with his throat slashed. And so when they found his body, they suspected who it was, but they were never able to prove it. And so it was one of those cases where you had an unsolved murder. Same thing, by the way, with the first haunted tree. A local said, I had something happen like that 3 years ago, and there was a man that was murdered under there, and his murderer escaped. So you have 2 haunted trees, 2 murders that escaped. And then I came across Sam Leitner's story, where he was talking about being at the location where cavalcade was hung, and he could feel something there. His electronics started messing up. His drone flew off. I mean, it's one thing when a one-off, but then his phone was acting up and other things were happening around this tree. So I did have one of our readers, Ed McOslin, got back with me and said he had actual pictures before this limber pine fell down. They know which pine tree it was because they compared historic pictures with it, with this actual tree. And so that limber pine is still there. It's now dead and fallen down. But it's still kind of, from the reports I've heard, now I want to go out there.
Yeah, I do too. I love history comes alive when you go visit it. That's so cool. As many may know, cavalcade was hung, I think first.
No, you got to say it right. I just talked to an
was
English
hanged.
maker. I thought hanged was wrong. It just sounded, it went great. But you hung an ornament on a tree, you hanged a person.
Yeah,
that's weird.
You're right.
But anyway, I got to correct you on that one because I got corrected.
History, cavalcade was hanged along with her boyfriend. The suspicions were that she was cattle rustling.
They found the marriage license. So was a legend that she was a prostitute and cattle Kate. She was never cattle Kate while she was alive.
Right.
She was, Ella Watson.
Yes. And the suspicions were, lady of the night. She took payment sometimes when cowboys didn't have the cash of stolen cattle. So,
but all of that, Jake, was a legend made up by the Cheyenne rustlers to what's the word, to make it okay that they hung her.
To justify hanging her.
Justify was the word I was looking for.
Yeah, and to pin what they were probably doing on somebody else, right? I think we know in hindsight, like cattle Kate should not have been hung. So yes, that tree is cursed. Hanged. That tree is now cursed, and your drone won't work when you go near it. That is so weird. The apple trees that will slit your throat if you're not watching, that's weird.
The apple trees, what their story is that you cut them open and it was streaked with red from skin to core.
Ooh, man.
And they had to reroute the highway because it used to go past the orchard, but this guy, that the peddler, would stand under there and cry out, holding his neck and reaching out for people.
Now, I've been suspicious of trees since I was a kid, and I watched Wizard of Oz, and the trees will move it like they can reach out and grab you with their branches. I had it happen to me after I ate some suspect mushrooms. Next thing you know, the trees are chasing me, and I'm like, dang, what kind of forest is this? Yeah.
I want the trees from the, what is that one? The Lord of the Rings.
Oh. I have not seen that. My wife watches those, though.
You got another assignment. You've got to watch The Lord of the Rings. It's a classic.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I read the book way back when. Is that the same as Tolkien's? Yeah.
And they actually did a really, really good job. It was very accurate.
Okay, all right. I read the book long ago, but I have not seen the movie.
So one of the characters, they are trees.
I would be very interested in visiting the cattle K tree just to feel what you probably feel like this weird vibe. And
just to know you're at the presence of where this, and they said that she fought for her life. When Buchanan was watching from afar, that was their family friend. He saw a rope already around Jim's neck, and Ella was fighting back and was kicking him and just moving around trying to keep the noose off of her neck.
Yeah,
but there was 4 men with guns, so
I would have higher expectations of real Wyoming cowboys. You don't hang women. I don't care. That's terrible. That's a black mark in Wyoming history for sure. Let's go to a more positive, uplifting story. The Cody woman who teaches ice skating decades after her grandfather built Hart Mountain Rink. Was her grandfather one of the many Japanese Americans relocated at Hart Mountain?
Her parents actually met there.
Oh my goodness, Christine Castile.
Both of her grandparents, both sets, and it was fun listening to her talk about it because they never talked about it as this was a horrible place. It was just a chapter in their life.
Yeah.
And her dad actually told her years later that one of the many good things that came out of it was he would never have left California or his comfortable area, and he moved to Chicago and had all these adventures that otherwise he would have just been happy to stay in his little Japanese, how immigrants would have their pockets of communities.
Yeah,
and
that
that's
neighborhood.
Where he was in California.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it's not right, definitely. My grandmother would share stories about her neighbor because my grandma was in California. Her neighbor was shipped to one of these camps, and that neighborhood protected the house. But she said not everyone was that lucky.
Yeah, I mean, I think we know as Americans that was not our finest moment. That was incarceration. Now, it wasn't the gulag. The people weren't tortured or
no. And that's the fun story that came out of it is that her grandfather loved to ice skate in Japan. He hadn't been able to ice skate since they left their mother country, and so he made an ice skating rink for the community.
Yeah.
And there's this historical picture of them doing an ice skating rink. And then Christine ended up in Wyoming before she even realized the connection to her grandfather.
Oh.
She knew about Heart Mountain, but had no idea that it was a place that people visited and remembered.
Wow. So it's all in how you approach things. Christine's grandparents, she can trace her lineage back to positive thinking people who looked at the good aspects, like when in Wyoming, make ice rinks, because it was probably a lot colder than California. Japanese American internment at Heart Mountain. Not a great time in history, but it turned out pretty good for this Cody woman who now teaches ice skating, Christine Castillo.
And she just started her own ski club named in his honor. And she says it's so special to her because you have all these little girls talking about how come they are called Heart Mountain figure skating.
Yeah.
And they know the story.
Right. Keeping that alive, that piece of history. That is so cool. Jackie, as always, enlightening. And we would ask you to hang around, but we know it's hang around.
We both learned something.
We sure did. We got more stories from Jackie Dorothy to get to on Thursday, so we'll set aside time for that. Have a great Tuesday, Jackie.
Will do. Take care.
All right. Jackie Dorothy with a RAV4 that's rocking 500,000 miles on that thing. That's because she's gassing up with the premium. Wow, must be nice. I do the 89, man, and this is going to have to work. Time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The corner crossing war is over. The ability to ladder vault a corner of private property to access landlocked public lands is now the rule across the American West. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the decision came early on Monday morning from Washington, D.C.
At 7:30 our time, without a word, the U.S. Supreme Court denied cert to Fred Eshelman Iron Bar Holdings in the corner crossing lawsuit, meaning the 4 hunters who crossed his property to access landlocked public land won, basically. You cannot bar access to public land with your private land. Corner crossing is legal.
Now, the win is bittersweet for the Hunters' attorney, Ryan Semerad, of Casper-based firm Fuller & Semerad. He believes they could have prevailed in D.C. had the high courts chosen to hear the case. A fuel tax hike has been shot down in Wyoming despite the fact that WYDOT is facing a $400 million deficit. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports why, despite being in the negative, lawmakers didn't pass the tax to fund the Department of Transportation.
This tax was intended to fill in some of that deficit. Now, lawmakers debated back and forth about the merits of this, whether or not it would be the right thing to do for the people of Wyoming, and many comparisons were drawn to Colorado.
Now, the bill would have increased Wyoming's tax on gasoline and diesel fuel from 24 cents to 29 cents starting in July of 2026. A Wyoming Legislative Committee meeting in Cheyenne has adopted a draft bill to let all state law enforcement officers ticket commercial truckers caught driving without a proficient knowledge of the English language. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports this bill mirrors a federal test that was resurrected by the Trump administration.
Obama actually kind of castrated that rule, and the Trump administration revived it in June. The basic parameters set in federal rule that Wyoming seeks to match are you have to be able to read the signs, respond to official inquiries, fill out your log books, and converse with the general public. Those are the 4 parameters that the federal rule uses that the Wyoming bill seeks to incorporate.
The Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs Committee voted 11-1 to sponsor the bill, giving the legislation an edge going into the 2026 budget session, which opens February 9th. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
As of October 1st, Wyoming started taxing electric vehicle drivers who plug into charging stations. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that now a pro-EV group wants the new fee paused, saying it unfairly overtaxes EV drivers.
When that fee was instituted, that was a way of making up for what EV drivers weren't paying at the pump because they're not pumping gasoline into their cars. And so along comes this other tax. And so they're saying, hey, look, we're getting double taxed. So EV advocates in Wyoming are asking for a pause. Hey, can we put pause on this program and talk it out? We want to pay our fair share, but we don't think that the current program is doing that.
YDOT says it's enforcing an existing law after broader EV reforms failed. A $10,000 reward is being offered after a shocking case of looting and vandalism was discovered at an archaeological dig site in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that details from authorities are scarce, but there's a reason for that.
They're keeping the details at a lull because they don't want copycats or anyone being inspired to head out to the area. We know it's an archaeological site around Du Bois, and there are several archaeological sites of great interest in that area. And they insinuated that there was some vandalism done, that there was permanent damage done, and that artifacts may have been stolen. So it's a pretty serious thing. And with a $10,000 reward for information that leads to a conviction, you know that they're taking this seriously and they want results.
Bonnie Smith, president of the Wyoming Association of Professional Archaeologists, tells Cowboy State Daily that the laws about the protection of archaeological sites and punishments for looting and vandalism don't have teeth. That reduces the perceived risk and punishment for people prosecuted for these crimes. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'll never forget the day I nearly died. I was a young journalist with a great career, starting a family. The only way we found out I had any kind of heart issue was when I went into sudden death. My coworkers sprung into action. They've recently been trained in life-saving CPR protocols developed by the American Heart Association. They're the ones that kept me alive until the medics came. They did many tests on me in the hospital after my cardiac arrest and created a treatment plan, all with research from the American Heart Association. I think unless you are a heart disease patient, you may not know how much work the American Heart Association does behind the scenes to save your life. Since my cardiac arrest, I've had 2 more children. I've watched all 3 of my children grow into adulthood. I'm gonna cry now. Graduate from college. My daughter got married. I have grandchildren, and I'm still here.
Learn more about the American Heart Association's work at helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and I gotta take care of some business. I got too much going on now, man. It's overload. I gotta upload our show for radio stations, and let me do that right now. They're eagerly awaiting the latest. Today is the 21st, right? Oh. All right, I see what I'm doing. And then we got to get Mark Hines in here. He's waiting to pop in on the conversation. Mark Hines, the Cowboy State outdoor reporter, wildlife guy. He's wild himself. Mark Hines, were you out chasing wapiti?
No, mule deer.
Oh, mule deer. Okay.
Yeah.
Successful mission?
Well, the successful, and I saw a butt ton of deer. None that were shootable, but no. I was actually pleased with the number of mule deer I saw, including a lot of. It looks like there's a good crop of this year's fawns. coming up, well, I saw a lot of does with twins, a lot of smaller bucks, but
yeah, that's
nothing,
good news.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I was in one of those areas where they have to be 4 points or better before you can shoot, and I only saw one buck that was of that caliber, and he was having nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
I caught a glimpse of him from a long ways away. He didn't get that big by being stupid, but
he showed you his backside. He's like, yeah, you want to lob some lead at this? Did he leave his vapor trail? Did you see like a cloud that was in the shape of a mule deer, and then he was gone?
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. Oh, he was just he was outside of my comfortable shooting range when I spotted him, and then he left before I could get to within a shooting range. But no big deal.
Yeah,
it happens. Yeah, I was out. Was it yesterday morning? Yeah, I was out like really super early and walking in there with my headlamp. I kept seeing little eyeballs everywhere. That was pretty cool. then I hunkered down and watched satellites until the sun came up, and then I looked and there were like 2 deer right next to me. It was just a doe and a spike.
That's so funny. That's the magic of hunting. People think like hunting is, pulling the trigger. That's when it's sad. After the trigger's pulled, hunting becomes work.
Well, that spike was hysterical because he started moving his ears. They didn't know I was there. I was only about 70 yards from him, and he started moving his ears one direction, one the other, and it cracked me up. And that's I laughed, and that's how they figured out I was there, because they heard me laughing at him. But yeah, he was funny.
Note to self: muffle your own snickers. Like, yeah, you blew it. No amount of camouflage is going to cover your laugh, Mark. Whoops.
No.
All right. Well, you learn from the mistakes. Yeah, your story about who's this outfit that's made a concealed carry fashionable again? The vest.
Well, it's not just one outfit. It's like everybody and their dog's doing it now.
Oh, okay.
Oh geez, you go into any store, you're gonna see. I think Carhartt makes them, and it just legendary whitetails. I don't have any concealed carry legendary whitetails, but I've got a few legendary whitetails garments. I love them, but they make some. Yeah. No, it's been a thing for a while. It just seems like the market has taken off lately.
Yeah,
like concealed carry is becoming more popular for whatever reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't say I've got there yet, but yeah. What about this Colorado poaching? Oh, this is horrible. I really
that's nasty. Yeah, that's it's just like really like over the top egregious, and the thing it is when that person or people get caught, it sounds like I talked to the wildlife manager there, and they're not happy. I think they're gonna nail these guys' feet to the floor. I mean, they'll probably never hunt again, because the Interstate Game Violators Compact. If one state nails you, I think it's every state but Hawaii, and I think even Hawaii might be on board now, where if you lose your privileges in one state, you lose them in all the states. So, I mean, that whoever did that pretty much screwed themselves for life, as well as will probably on the low end end up getting smacked with $45,000 in fines and other penalties. So yeah, that was terrible.
Yeah, we're talking about the Mark Hines story. 4 trophy bull elk illegally killed southern Colorado, right there on the border.
Yeah.
And you know what makes this more egregious to me is we know those are the poachers are out there that they don't have a tag for that the right gender, or they're in the wrong area, or they just can't resist that trophy and they shoot and shut up. But in this case, this is wanton destruction. This is shooting and just driving away. Like what?
Well, yeah, and top of everything else, trespassing. Going onto people's private property to do it, or it's ridiculous all the way around.
I was just talking to Jackie the other day. We need to find that tree in Wyoming where they strung up Cattle Kate, man, for this. Now, Colorado do they have stiffer penalties for poaching their fishing game than our game and fish?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know for sure. I don't think so. I think the regulations pretty much mirror those in Wyoming. I think they're fairly consistent throughout the West.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got wanton waste of, an animal. That's a big one there, because Just like in Wyoming, if you kill something, you're obligated to take all the edible parts of it. But no, you're right. They just, I think in one case it might have taken the head, but for the most part, they just left the carcasses there to rot.
Oh, there is, special place in hell. I don't know, but we got to get these guys. If you know anything, call that tip line. Did Fish and Game? It's not Fish and Game down there. It's
Fish.
FWP.
Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Yeah,
CPW.
CPW.
Yeah. It's some states are. Every state has its own.
I know.
I think there's. I don't know if there's any other game and fish. There's a few other Fish and Game. Like it's easy to get Idaho and Wyoming mixed up because Idaho is fish and game, Wyoming is game and fish.
Right. Idaho must have more importance on what swims over what walks the earth. I don't know. That's how they do it. Okay, you guys are backwards, but whatever. Speaking of Idaho, 2 Idaho hunters killed in consecutive days. Both these incidents, reminder about gun safety, handling of firearms. And one was a guy who, you would think I don't know about his hunting partner, but he was law enforcement, right? Like he knows his way around firearms.
Both those cases were really sad. One was a 21-year-old woman, and the other was, you're right, a 48-year-old man who was a deputy out of California hunting there in Idaho. And apparently, I didn't get a breakdown on how exactly what happened when the young woman lost her life, but the man who was killed, apparently they were on opposite sides, pulling their rifles out of a backseat of a pickup.
Yeah.
His, for whatever reason, his partner's rifle had a round chambered and it discharged and hit him in the leg. And, high-powered rifle bullet to the leg. And apparently it severed an artery. And, it was a done deal. There was from what the sheriff told me, he'd already passed away by the time first responders even got there, and first responders were close.
Yeah.
There'd been a rollover like a few minutes before, so first responders were already right there, but it was, it just blood loss. It was, just
that
sad
artery
all the way around. Yeah.
That's up in your groin. You can bleed out really fast. And for many of us who hunt, that's a been there, done that. You put your 2 rifles in the back seat, you lay them down, and then when you get to where you're going, you both get in the back door and you pull your rifle out, but you can't have anything inside the trigger guard. Certainly should not have a round chambered at that point, like when you're transporting. Golly, most of these hunting accidents happen when barbed wire fence and you're like crotch deep in some wire there trying to get over the fence, and you set your gun.
With a round chambered.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I personally just don't carry a rifle with the round chambered.
No, I don't either. What do you do? It's not like you.
Yeah.
It's not like a bear attack. You're not going to suddenly see, Bambi and say, I got to get that shot off. These are you're going to stalk. You don't need the round chamber.
Yeah, I don't know. Anecdotally, this is just purely anecdotal. I've never lost a shot never lost a shot opportunity from having had to chamber around. And this deer hunt I was just telling you about, I was out for 4 or 5 days. I chambered around once for about 45 seconds because there was some deer right over a hill from me, and I was getting within range, and so I poked my head over, and they were all does and small bucks, and so I just immediately took the round out and went about my merry business. But that was the only time I chambered around the entire hunt. I mean, otherwise I was by myself, so but when you're with someone else, you just, I don't know. It's kind of spooky to think what can go wrong.
And as Mark has found out from experience, the noise of bolting in around doesn't scare a deer half as much as laughing. Laughing is really scary. That's how you're going to miss your shot, man.
Well, he wasn't, like I said, he was a little spike, so it wasn't a shootable deer. I just thought it was funny that he was just clueless that I was even there until I laughed at him for being such a goofball.
You may have taught him a valuable lesson. Hey, man, when you smell this smell, humans, get gone. All right, buddy. We got to get going. Thanks, Mark.
Bye.
Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily Show, rocking along on a Tuesday. We got to take a break. Coming right back with Kevin Meyer in a moment. Stay with us.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show Tuesday. It means our resident cowboy should be joining us shortly from Douglas. That's Kevin Meyer, and he's going to make some horse sense of the world. Every once in a while, you just got to turn your back to the so-called experts and these egghead geniuses and just ask a cowboy to make sense of something. And they'll cut right to the quick. In fact, let's do that now. Kevin Meyer popping on the show. I got to get rid of my, I got a guest waiting in the Zoom room. That must be Audra. I'm so excited to introduce everybody to Audra. She's a bladesmith. She's the first woman to be certified master bladesmith. She can make a knife better than anybody. What about you, Kevin? You ever get on the forge and make a knife?
Well, I have pounded metal on a forge with the every intention of making a knife. Let's just say it just ended up being a little bit thinner piece of metal.
Disappeared on the thing. It melted into the anvil. You're like, where did that knife go I was banging on? It's part of the anvil now.
I tell you what, I got to watch in that show. There was a show called Forged in Fire where they had different blacksmiths and bladesmiths come in and make knives and swords and all sorts of things like that. And they make it look so easy. So I'm figuring I'm a horseshoer. I've got a forge. I've got all sorts of scrap metal around. I've got an anvil. I've got a hammer. Let's just go out this afternoon real quick and make us a couple knives, and we'll start making a little extra money doing that.
Dude, I can't.
Well, about 6 hours and 3 broken hammer handles later, I went back to watching television.
Yeah. Like a lot of us, it looks so easy on YouTube, and then you find out, you're like, how do they make it look so easy? I can't. What I'm doing doesn't look like that. Yeah, I know. You would think, I mean, there was a time where everybody we know named Smith, and that's like the most popular name out there, right? They all descended from smithies, from blacksmiths, and there was a time where the blacksmith was the dude. He was not the dudette. If you went, came into some town, you needed to put a new steel rim on your wagon wheel, or you needed shoes for your horses. That blacksmith was important, but it was probably hardly ever a woman. Wait till you meet Audra. She's a smithy, and she can make a knife pretty good. Have you ever? Yeah, I have a new appreciation for hot shoers. That's for sure. Guys who bang out their own shoes and do hot shoeing and horses. That's a whole nother level. Have you ever tried that?
Yes, I've done some of that, and it is. For a guy such as myself, it's more trouble than it's worth when you can just go down to the store and buy keg shoes. Yeah. However, it kind of brings up a bigger point, no different than the bladesmiths coming from the blacksmith, which is just the most important guy in town. Same with the hot shoers. Now that's a niche, artistic, artisan type of thing that people are doing. And if you ever get around a guy who, there's a lot of horseshoers, farriers that they love it so much that they make all of their own shoes out of flat stock. And it really is, you get a much better fit on your horseshoes doing it that way, but you have to be a heck of a lot better horseshoer than me.
Yeah, and you got to do it a lot. You and I don't do it at all. It's all I can do to trim a hoof. Yeah, it takes me, one horse takes like an hour and a half, which includes a halftime break. During the halftime show, my halftime show is like, oh, my aching back. I got to sit down and drink a beer. Yeah.
Yeah, part of what you charge is Doan's pills.
Right. Yeah, man, I don't know how them guys double up underneath the horse all day and then do, we watch them at Lost Creek. Old Ronnie used to come out and do 14 a day. Like, get out of here. Jeez. God rest Ronnie Alexander.
He was great. I helped him a little bit shoe, and he taught me a lot. That was when I was first learning how to shoe, and that's where I learned how to shoe was on the dude ranches, which the quality of the work was not good at all. I look back on it and feel really, really bad for those horses. The good part of it was you got a lot of practice.
Yeah, you had a lot of patience to work on. That's for sure. Oh, they would come out and shoe, the whole remuda, which could be 80, 100 horses or more, and, knocking out 14 a day. I don't know how those guys did it. But yeah, the hot shoeing and all that's become an art, forming that shoe exactly to the hoof and correcting problems with your horse with the right shoes, shaving off a little toe or whatever you got to do to create a nice walk over. Those guys are artists, man, and they're disappearing. Well, we're going to talk to one young lady who's a bladesmith, but I bet she could bang out a horseshoe if she had to. I saw her working on the forge and the end. That's the same thing. She knows how to shape iron. All right,
for sure. That's a skill that quite honestly can't be taught. You can get taught the basics, the foundation, but that no different than training a horse. It's all about feel and just knowing where you have to push that metal around, that molten metal, to get the outcome that you want.
My question of the day that I have posed to Jackie and others is what you're fueling up with. Now, you might be a diesel guy because, Cowboys, trucks, diesel, but I don't know. Do you go for the low end, which I was calling 89, but my wife reminded me that it gets down to 85 octane on the gas pump. So the price they advertise is always the cheap stuff. The low shelf liquor. You don't know how much the bartenders watered it down with whatever, probably some kerosene in there and some soda pop. The 85 is probably not good for your car, at least not as good as the 91. But do you do the low, the middle, the high when you gas up? What do you do?
Always the low, because you can get just as drunk off the whiskey on the bottom shelf as the top shelf.
Bam! Cowboy sense, man. I always do the low, and mine is more of a suspicion. I'm a suspicious by nature, and I figure it all comes out of the same vat, the same tank. You can't tell me that 91's really 91. It's coming out of the 85. It's all one big underground tank, and I will prove that someday, somehow.
Well, I'll keep my tinfoil hat on right there with you. And I've always kind of wondered how much difference there really, really is. And I'm not enough of a car guy to be able to tell the difference in performance. You'll talk to some guys that they'll tell you that they can hear a difference when they put in the low octane. I'm okay. Maybe you can. Good for you. But you know what? As long as the son of a gun keeps on running, I guess I'll just deal with it.
Yeah. I agree. These are the same people that panic when the, check engine light comes on. That's why they make black tape check engine light. Come on.
Years ago, I was working for a ranch down by Saratoga, and me and one of the other cowboys drove into Rawlins to buy groceries and whatnot. It was the middle of the day on our day off, and we're coming back down the interstate, and my pickup started making a kind of a weird rattly sound. And I looked over at him, and he looked over at me, and then he reached over, turned up the volume on the radio, sound went away.
There you go. That's how you cure the knocking. When the trucks are rocking, just change over to the classic rock station from the country. George Strait might not be able to cover all your truck's ills, but certainly AC/DC can. What's going on with Douglas? You need to win to get in for the playoffs. You're on the bubble.
Yeah, I believe that we're in already. I think it just comes down to, are we going to be seated third or fourth? But we had a pretty good night Friday night and on senior night, and it was kind of an interesting situation. My boy followed up his 293-yard performance versus Rollins with about a 150-yard performance. But no one's ever going to remember that.
Not after you set the bar at 297.
Well, the other running back, his backfield partner back there, ran for 358 yards on Friday night.
And he had 100 and that was a win over Buffalo?
Yep, 41-3.
What the heck? What happened to Buffalo? Oh, they're not the same Bison.
They came out right off the gun, just really playing well, and we were thinking we were in for a long night, and the first half was very competitive, but then just in the third quarter, the floodgates opened, and it just got away from them.
Well, I would love a scenario where we met up with Douglas again, we being Jackson, but I think we would have to beat Cody this Friday, and that's not going to be easy.
No, but I think it's doable because as long as you're both stepping on the field, there's a chance.
Yeah, if we were to upset Cody, I think that would make us a 2 seed. If Douglas rocks the 3 seed with a win over Lander.
No, we're going to Torrington
with a
this
win.
week.
Okay, so you should beat Torrington And if Lander beats Buffalo in both those likely scenarios, that would lock in Douglas at a 3 seed, which means if Jackson upsets Cody, hello, Douglas again. And you would have to come here.
Well, that'd be all right. I'll sleep on your couch and we'll make ourselves a friendly wager.
And tell your kid, instead of the cleats, put on some snowshoes, because by then we're going to be deep in the winter.
Oh, good. That'll be good football weather.
I know it will, right? I love when they fall and they slide in the snow. Yeah, that is football weather. What else is going on in your world, Kevin?
Well, I was listening to you this morning and I heard you talking about artificial intelligence.
Oh, no. Where can you find any of that?
Yeah, well,
on a ranch.
As I have said before, anytime anyone references my intelligence, they always include the word artificial.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing but AI going on at the ranch there at Mans Creek Horses.
Yeah, but my thoughts are this, Jake. Part of the fun of life, especially coming up when you're a youngster, is figuring things out. You have a job to do and you don't have the right tools and you don't even have the right information. And part of the fun of that is figuring how to do things out. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm one of the first guys to jump on YouTube to figure out how to fix my lawnmower or my pickup or whatever else. And it always amazes me that if you type in the make and model of whatever you're working on, there's a video for that exact make and model. It's just amazing to me.
Right.
What I worry about is what's going to happen if somehow something happens and all of a sudden none of our devices are working. Is anyone bothering to write any of this stuff down? Is there ever going to be a recorded on paper version of how to do all of these things? And is the next generation of people, are we slowly losing the ability to critically think and just figure things out?
Now, that part of it, I think we are losing the ability to critically think. Yeah. And writing stuff down, because I think civilizations before us have been very advanced and have disappeared, fell off the earth for whatever reason, like warring with another civilization. And we don't know anything about it because they didn't write anything down, because they got to the point where like, we figured out AI and the computers, that's all of it's gone, buried in time.
And I know that the Library of Alexandria, there's a lot of debate amongst historians of how much knowledge was lost when that library was destroyed. And that's something that, of course, we'll never know. So anyone can say that, well, that's where the information about the spaceships were. So, and I don't know that it's even possible to put down on paper all of the information that is now held within these tiny little boxes that we have on our desks and in our cars and, quite frankly, in our pockets.
Probably not. We've become too advanced. But simple problem solving and task stuff, that's already being lost. Like, how many kids today in school just don't have a mathematics basics because you have a calculator? Who knows how to do long division, man? It's not necessary now, but it could be necessary if some machine wasn't doing it. We've turned all these menial tasks over to AI, and now kids don't know the basics of how to do something. And like you said, figuring out stuff is half the fun, and it's a necessary skill, because when you're underneath the car and you hold your hand out and you say Phillips and your wife hands you the flathead, there you're going to see the shortcomings of AI. Just simple stuff.
Well, and do you remember about 3-4 years ago when they had that big ice storm in Texas where all the power went out for like a week?
Yeah.
Well, there was a big horse show going on in Fort Worth at that time, and I had some friends that were down there, and they said the hardest part, because these are a bunch of, cowboys and ranchers and whatnot, so they figured out how to keep their living quarters, trailers warm and keep them from not freezing up. But he said the biggest freak out that everybody had was trying to keep their phones charged, because the only way they could keep them charged was to turn on their vehicles and do it in the car.
Oh.
So he said it was just a constant stream of people leaving the horse show to go out and sit in their pickup for 20 minutes and get their phone charged back up.
Oh, wow.
Because it's really, really important in this day and age that at the drop of a hat, you can look up on your phone to see if Tom Cruise starred in the movie Willow.
It's vitally important. Yeah, if you could get off being the hook, you're hooked on your technology, but yeah, if you could remove that part, the Cowboys could have survived that just fine. They got propane tanks for heat. They got ready transportation right there. All it needs is saddling. How many times have you seen a truck, especially a semi-truck that's stuck in the snow or stuck in a barrel ditch and horses pull it out? Like, I've seen a couple of those viral videos. That's always fun when real horsepower trumps fake horsepower, AI.
Well, I have been on both ends of that very situation, not with a semi, but with just a regular pickup. I have helped pull the pickup out with horses, and I have actually been in the pickup when someone pulled me out with a horse.
Whoa! That does not see, now that's a true Wyoming thing. You've been on both ends of a uniquely Wyoming story. That does not happen every day. Huh. You want to take a double wrap daily on that, though.
Yeah, you need to have a few, and a breast collar helps in that situation as well.
Breast collar, and you got to tighten that back cinch. Guys who ride with that back cinch hanging down or dragging the ground practically, it just annoys me. It's okay for it to be, a couple in, 2 fingers. The horse is not going to freak out. He'll get used to it. Don't even have a back cinch if you're going to hang it that low.
That's right. That's right. If you're not going to tighten it up to where it can be of some practical use, why do you even have it on there?
Yeah. Although I would go with the loose croup. I wouldn't even put one of them on. Man, I would do that. I would have to be in full hockey gear, like a goalie gear, if I'm going to put a croup on. I don't know about that.
Yeah, well, the funnest part about riding with a croup is the first time you use it.
Yeah. Anybody who's ever tried to do anything under your horse's tail, there's a good likelihood you'll wake up about 30 feet from the back of the horse. You'll wonder what went wrong. All right, we gotta get that bladesmith in there. We gotta cut to the quick. Learn how to make knives.
If she's taking orders, go ahead and reserve me one.
Yeah. She's actually got a class where you can learn how to do it yourself, and you walk out of there with your own knife that you made. So maybe we'll do that.
Hey, I look forward to hearing that, buddy.
All right. Kevin, have a great Tuesday.
Do.
Kevin Meyer, Cowboy State Daily Show, will be right back here with Audra, the first female master bladesmith. And we're going to learn how to make knives. I can't even sharpen a knife. Coming back after these.
Tired of the same old Saturday snooze fest? Wake up with your buddy Bags, John Baggett, on Cowboy State Daily Radio, where the coffee's strong, the opinions are stronger, and absolutely nothing is off limits, except maybe fashion advice from Bags. Trust us. From 6 to 10 a.m., we're talking rodeos and radios, teachers and preachers, UFOs and barbecues. 1 minute it's serious journalism, the next it's, did he just say that on air? Yes, he did. We chat with movers, shakers, and occasional fakers. We call out scammers, celebrate winners, and sometimes talk to people who swear they've seen Bigfoot buying tacos. Join the madness. Text, call, or email your thoughts, rants, and snack recommendations to 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the chaos live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X, or binge the archives later when you're pretending to work. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, You can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake as we welcome in a master bladesmith. I can't say we've ever been in the company of a master bladesmith. Audra Draper is with us. Audra, your video is not on. Is that on purpose?
No.
You
I
want
don't
me?
know what's happening.
I can try to. I don't know if I can do anything about it, actually.
Let me see. Start video.
Oh yeah, there you go. Start video. There you are. Awesome. So Audra, so much to talk about. Beginning with maybe more important than the fact that girls can't make knives. We know that. But watch out, this one can. But I'm also fascinated with the idea that you found a new man in your life, and the man in your life found a new woman in his life, and you both came together with 3 kids in the deal, and his name is Mike, and oh my goodness, how is this not the Brady Bunch?
Oh, we have heard that a couple times.
I'm not the first one who thought of that. Okay.
3 boys and 3 girls also.
No.
Yes, but we didn't have Alice. We needed Alice the maid.
Well, who doesn't? I mean, we all need an Alice. Yeah. All right. So here, I love that you use the old line from Wyoming. I wasn't born here, but I got here as quick as I could. You're born in Blythe, California, moved to Wyoming in the 70s. You worked on a ranch. And you were like the ranch hand. Love those. Don't you love those days? The smell of hay, bucking hay, all that kind of stuff. And then you, the ranch owner or the foreman or what? He's working in a secret laboratory. And one day you peek in and you say, like, what is he doing? He's got a forge and he's king and the fire. You see the fire and you're mesmerized. You're like, I need to work with fire.
Absolutely. Yep. That was it. The moment I saw the fire, I just intoxicated by the flames. I wanted to do it. And yeah, I think he used a little reverse psychology by telling me that girls couldn't do it. But I had to then, because he said that girls couldn't. So and he said there were no master smith women. And I was just like, what?
Now that part was true. Are we talking about Ed Fowler?
Yes. So Ed Fowler, and apparently he was a very well-known master bladesmith even then. I just didn't know it.
Yes. And he, now that part was true. He probably was setting the bar for you. He was edging you on. He's like, girls don't make knives. And he laid down the challenge. That's what he was doing, I think. Ed knew what he was doing. And absolutely. But he was right. There hadn't been, and by the way, there is a society that that judges you, that tests you, that decides whether you're a bladesmith. The American Bladesmith Society will be referring to them as ABS. That's not the braking system in your car. ABS, they decide, and you had to do, tell me about what it is that makes you a master bladesmith. You got to show what you can do in front of people, and make different kind of knives. It's hard.
Yeah, there's a series of things you have to do. You have to become just an apprentice and study with master bladesmiths for about 3 years, unless you go to Texarkana and take a course, which will lower that to 2 years for you. Then you have to apply for your journeyman, which is a matter of doing a physical part where you make a knife and you have to chop through a rope and shave the hair on your arm, and then you chop through a 2x4, then you bend it to 90 degrees.
No.
And then you present all your knives to the judges, and they either pass or fail you for your journeyman. That has to be done with a mono steel, so not Damascus, but just straight steel. And then you go for your master's, but it's 2 years after you receive your journeyman before you can apply for your master's. So once you apply for your master's, it's pretty much the same steps. You have to make that big knife that you do all of the performance tests with, and then you have to submit 5 knives. One of them has to be an early European Quillian style dagger. And then if you pass that, then you are a master bladesmith.
So this is similar to those late night commercials where they're showing you a Ginsu knife and it can cut. You can open a can with it, and then it has to be so fine it can still slice through a tomato. Only you have to have made that knife.
And you have to do all the performance yourself. No one else can touch that blade unless they feel you can't chop because of a physical disability. Well, and then a master could step in, whoever's testing you, which has to be a master. They can step in if they feel that it's not passing simply because of your abilities. Perhaps you have a disability, or maybe you broke your arm or something. I don't know. If you have a disability, they can step in. But otherwise, you have to do the performance test.
I can imagine if you can pound out a knife, you can certainly show the knife. I mean, it looks, I watched some video. It looks very hard. What do you start with? What does it look like? And also, please tell me, why is Damascus steel like the gold standard? What is it?
So Damascus steel is, like I spoke of, a mono steel, which is just a straight steel, like a 52-100. Like Ed Feller used 52-100. It comes from a ball bearing. It's bearing quality steel. It's a really good high carbon steel, and you just literally could take a ball bearing and flatten it out and turn it into a knife. With Damascus, I have layers of steel, and the layers need to be similar and yet different. So the layers that I use are 1080 and 15N20. So the 1080 is just a high carbon, very dull steel, but the 15N20 is a high carbon, but it has just this tiny bit of nickel in it. That nickel makes it a little shinier, more brilliant. So when you put those two pieces together, you end up with a really nice contrast. I guess I probably have some Damascus here. I could show you a photo of Damascus, or an image of Damascus if you'd like to see. It's just a contrast of two different steels. Those steels are normally in nice flat layers, but you can distort those layers by cutting down into them or distorting them. There's a lot of ways to distort them.
Interesting. You are on a whole nother level, Audra. Like, yeah, I can just see you doing your thing in your laboratory and saying, this is 1080 and there's no nickel in it. Get this out of here. Like, you really know your steel, man. Tell me about the hardest part about, I think, being a master bladesman. I don't know. I never pounded out a knife. Is that double-edged dagger thing you got to do. Now, what is the difference when you're doing a double-edged blade? That is, I mean, obviously twice the work of one-edged blade, but that's a particular challenge, I would think.
Yeah, symmetry. So when you're doing a dagger, they expect both sides to be ground at the exact same angle, and they expect the center to be down the center.
Yeah.
The symmetry of that, which I love making daggers. I truly do. but I hate symmetry. So on most daggers, you've got your center and your blade and all four edges that have to be brought to the center. And then you have the Quillian style guard, which most people put a guard that goes straight out on both sides. And then you have a pommel. And of course, pommel is going to have to be centered up too. But my hate for symmetry, the blade was straight and the bevels were straight, but I went with flowing guards of leaves. So I put leaves, I turned down bronze and forged bronze and turned them into leaves that were turning both in opposite directions, and they were curling. So there was just it's symmetry and yet no symmetry because there's no straight lines to judge. But that was my favorite part about making the dagger. And to this date, when I make daggers, they usually have something to do with leaves and the turning and the twisting.
That's just your own personal signature and style. Yeah, you know it's Audra Draper dagger. When you pull it out of your body, you're like, oh, that's one of Audra's. Unbelievable what it takes to be a master bladesmith. Now, tell me, to what degree for you or the industry in a whole is this real sweat equity, like grunt work? Like there's no replacing pounding out steel. Like that's what the job is. And to what degree can AI or computers and any kind of, do you have enhancement? Can machines do this? Or is this always going to be a blacksmith pounding out blades?
Well, if you're making Damascus, there's or even a straight knife. If you are forging it, that's different than stock removal. Stock removal, you could use some computers, and you see people doing it. Obviously, in China, they're stamping out knife lengths.
Yeah.
When it comes to Damascus, I suppose you could roll it out and then stamp it too. But to forge it to shape is obvious. Anyone with a trained eye looks at a knife, they know whether it was forged to shape or whether it was cut out using some sort of equipment. The lines will follow through to all the points, and the Damascus will flow to all the areas where you pulled it out. So think of a piece of Play-Doh that's got red, green, red, or whatever, and then you squeeze the edges out. You've distorted those lines and you've pulled that green or whatever color out. And when you pull it to a point, you see the green and the red come to a point. Maybe you twisted it too. Now you're going to watch that twist happen. You can see it all in the blade. That's the difference between a stock removal and a forge. So yeah, AI could design a program for you and cut out a knife blade for you, but it's not going to ever be able to forge it can't forge a Caress dagger. It can't.
The same way you were told no girls can be a master bladesmith, no computer is ever going to be a master bladesmith. You know the quality work, and you got to start with quality product, I would imagine. Tell me what the final step is from the very beginning when you're starting with a brand new Play-Doh and it's just a steel bar and you're banging on that thing with a hammer. But when you want to get the very end, that fine edge that's going to cut hair, what does that look like? That's not hammer. Now you're down to grinding. How do you know what's the last step to get it as sharp as you can get a knife?
When I'm grinding, I usually finish off, because it's Damascus. When you finish grinding, then you have to etch it. So I finish grinding at about a 400 grit by hand or using a disc grinder, and then etch it. When I'm done etching it, then an actual final edge has to be put on it, because when you etch Damascus, especially if you have it ground to a fine edge, you'll end up with this feathery edge that's not straight because of the Damascus layers. So it's almost serrated. So you actually have to bring it back and get back into that solid edge. And actually, my husband bought me something that was life-altering and changing years ago, and it's a leather strop 2x72 belt that goes to my grinders. I used to sit and strap on a leather strap on my bench, or I would go to a buffer, but a buffer is a little bit frightening when you've just sharpened the edge. So he bought me this strop, and instead of having to lay it down on a counter and strop back and forth, it just turns on my grinder. I can turn it very slow, and I can strop that edge and get that final hair popping. I tell my students all the time that you shouldn't have to touch your arm to shave the hair. The hair should jump for fright.
Ah, I love that. Audra Draper is one of now a handful of female master bladesmith. There are not many. When rated by the ABS, the America Bladesmith Society Master Bladesmith, you can count them on one hand how many women are in the club. 117 master bladesmiths in all. Now, Audra, where do we get online? Because as you said, you have students, you have a class, you can teach this. How do we find you?
Just on Facebook. I welcome phone calls all the time. And our shop here is open. Usually give a call before you come out. We're a ways out of town, so you don't want to drive all the way out here to find out that I'm getting groceries.
Yeah, you're in the Riverton area, by the way, right?
We are. Yeah, we're north of Riverton, going towards Shoshone, and I'm on Facebook. You can message me there, or my number is listed all over on Google.
Yeah, I found you pretty easy. If I can do it, anybody can do it. Yeah. Well, so cool. I'm fascinated by now. I don't even have the patience to sharpen knives. I can't imagine making one from scratch. Unbelievable. Made with love or made with cursing. 2 trips to the craft store and an embarrassing amount of wine. I don't know how Audra does it, but she's a master bladesmith. There aren't many of them. Thanks, Audra. Appreciate it. You sharing that part of your life. That's cool.
Thank you. I enjoyed it. Come on down anytime.
I might. Next time I'm over in Fremont County, I might look you up. Thank you.
Do it. We'll be here.
Audra Draper and her 3 kids, and Mike and his 3 kids. Yeah, it's a Brady Bunch family, but instead of being an architect, they both make knives. They both make blades. So that's pretty neat. We got to take a break for the news. We'll be back after this.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Now, you've probably heard that everything that happens in a Western happened first in Wyoming. Well, a historian says she's traced Wyatt Earp's first gunfight to, yeah, that's right, you guessed it, right here in the Cowboy State. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean says a personal diary unlocked this mystery.
Wyatt Earp's first gunfight has been traced to Orrin, Wyoming. Up until now, it was thought that his first gunfight was in Illinois. But no, he was 16 years old. He was a guard for a wagon train that was headed to San Bernardino during 1864. This is when the North Platte River raids were going on. Their wagon train was attacked by Indians. This was uncovered by a historian with Wyoming ties. She doesn't live here, but her name's Janelle Maloney. She possesses the diary of Sarah Jane Russo. So we have this extensive entries about her whole trip west. Wyatt Earp is her wagon guard.
Maloney tells Cowboy State Daily that this confirmed history could reshape Earp's early legend and add a new chapter to Wyoming's Wild West legacy. The corner crossing war is over. The ability to ladder vault a corner of private property to access landlocked public lands is now the rule across the American West. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the decision came early on Monday morning from Washington, D.C.
At 7:30 our time, without a word, the U.S. Supreme Court denied cert to Fred Eshelman Iron Bar Holdings in the corner crossing lawsuit, meaning the 4 hunters who crossed his property to access landlocked public land won.
The win is bittersweet for the Hunters' attorney, Ryan Semerad of Casper-based firm Fuller and Semerad. He believes they would have prevailed in Washington, D.C. had the High Court chosen to hear the case. A fuel tax hike has been shot down in Wyoming despite the fact that WYDOT is facing a $400 million deficit. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports why, despite being in the negative, lawmakers didn't pass the tax to fund the Department of Transportation.
This tax was intended to fill in some of that deficit. Now, lawmakers debated back and forth about the merits of this, and many comparisons were drawn to Colorado, a place that has a very high tax rate for a lot of different things, and they shot it down, which means that this bill is not going to move forward.
Now, the bill would have increased Wyoming's tax on gasoline and diesel fuel from 24 cents to 29 cents starting in July of 2026. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
A Wyoming Legislative Committee meeting in Cheyenne has adopted a draft bill to let all state law enforcement officers ticket commercial truckers caught driving without proficient knowledge of the English language. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports this bill mirrors a federal test that was resurrected by the Trump administration.
Obama actually kind of castrated that rule, and the Trump administration revived it in June. The basic parameters set in federal rule that Wyoming seeks to match are you have to be able to read the signs, respond to official inquiries, fill out your log books, and converse with the general public. Those are the 4 parameters that the federal rule uses that the Wyoming bill seeks to incorporate.
The Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs Committee voted 11-1 to sponsor the bill, giving the legislation an edge going into the 2026 budget session, which opens February 9th. And a $10,000 reward is being offered after a shocking case of looting and vandalism was discovered at an archaeological dig site in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that details from authorities are scarce, but there's a reason for that.
The Wyoming Game and Fish Department is reaching out to people trying to get information, but they're keeping the details at a lull because they don't want copycats or anyone being inspired to head out to the area.
Bonnie Smith, president of the Wyoming Association of Professional Archaeologists, tells Cowboy State Daily that the laws about the protection of archaeological sites and punishments for looting and vandalism don't have teeth, and that reduces the perceived risk and punishment for people prosecuted for these crimes. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds. Heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. This is the wrong music. This is better to put you in the right frame, the right time frame, and the right frame of mind. Imagine traveling along some kind of Oregon Trail, and you're Sarah Jane Russo, and you're worried about Indian hostilities. They're everywhere. Are those Indians up there on the ridge? But don't worry, you got a young 16-year-old teenage hotshot that's kind of guarding the whole wagon train. He's got a gun, and word is he's pretty good with it. He's pretty handy with it, that Earp kid. Wyatt Earp, the first shootout he was in may have been against Indians in an attack when he was 16 years old. How did we find this out? Sarah Jane, after all, is long gone, but she does have descendants who pass some info on to you, and she did leave a diary. So cool.
Yeah. Well, so Janelle Maloney is a historian, and I guess, she's related to Sarah Jane Rousseau. She's a descendant. And so, here comes family heirloom meets historian. And what do you get from that? So she was reading this diary and seeing things like, oh, the Earps were the wagon master, Nicholas Earp, the dad, Wyatt Earp, his brothers, Morgan, Virgil, etc., the whole family going west to California, along with other wagon trains, including Rousseau. Sarah Jane Rousseau had rheumatoid arthritis. It was so bad, she was crippled. She was in a wheelchair. She's headed to Iowa, or from Iowa, rather, to California to get away from the cold winters. A lot of times, people in those times, they were looking for the right climate to cure their ills, call it the Western cure, if you will. And so she was headed to California for a better climate in hopes that would help her rheumatoid arthritis. Well, she's confined to a wheelchair. She's on a wagon in a wheelchair. What does she do with her time? She writes a diary. She writes in it every day. She writes about the, incredible beauty of the prairies, the incredible wind that won't stop, the storms over the prairies, all the interesting people they met. And so Janelle is reading this and she's seeing, oh, the Earps were the wagon masters. They're meeting Brigham Young on the trail. They're getting invited to various Indian chiefs, camps to meet them. This is like groundbreaking history stuff. And so she's written a book from that, immigrant tales of the North Platte River raids. But then she's also done this homework, this research, putting together, verifying using other documents as well as the diary to kind of corroborate that there was a gunfight between Indians in which Wyatt Earp was present and involved. And so, his first gunfight wasn't in Illinois after all. It was right here in Wyoming. I think it's kind of cool because a lot of people in Wyoming like to say, everything that happened in a Western movie happened here first. This is just another first to add to their, another first feather, I guess, to add to their cap of many firsts.
Yeah.
They get Wyatt Earp's first gunfight. That's just so cool.
It's unbelievable. Wyatt Earp of legend, of course, the tombstone, that whole bit. But what a page turner this diary must have been. And this, for a historian, is the holy grail of research. You can read what others have written about a time period that weren't there either, but to read the writings of someone who lived through it, it's almost as exciting as Sarah Jane herself, who she recounted this gunfight as exhilarating. The bullets were flying overhead. I'm thinking, I'll just read about it. That might be a little safer. But what an incredible diary that was discovered. And this may change what we know about Wyatt Earp. I mean, similar to finding in some rummage sale, somebody had in the attic a photo of, Billy the Kid or something. Like, this is changes Western lore. Unbelievable story, Renee.
Well, I think it just expands it rather than changing
it.
It sheds some light on a time period in Wyatt Earp's life that we didn't know much about. Well, here's this little ray of light. He was 16 years old on the wagon train. We do know from other historical records that he tried to join the Civil War multiple times, ran away from home to join the Civil War, and was returned home and put in charge of the family's crops. But so, clearly after the Civil War, the family decided to move west. And Wyatt was with them. And, by then he's 16 years old. So he's got a gun. He's a wagon train guard. He's riding alongside these wagons, alert for danger. Um, and so, I think it just expands what we know about him. And so I guess Wyoming's Wyatt Earp legend is growing a little bit.
Yeah, all the benefit of some short-sighted, missed an opportunity sergeant back in the Civil War who didn't ask Wyatt to shoot. They just said, "Go home, kid." Well, you got to watch this guy handle a gun, maybe. Oh well. I love learning about this whiskey. Bourbon whiskey. What's the difference? And then, what if you make a whiskey out of 100% emmer grain, which is, I guess, what would you call that in Italy? They call it farro. What is it? And why? Yeah, this is unique. Emmer wheat goes into this whiskey, and it's all grown in Wyoming.
So ancient grains have kind of been getting more popular lately. I did write about emmer when I was in North Dakota as an agriculture reporter. There were trials going on looking at how does emmer grow in North Dakota. It's suited to the Western climate. How come we haven't been growing this before? That was Thomas Folk's take on it was, this should work in Wyoming. It's suited to our climate. Why haven't we been growing it before? It's an alternative specialty crop. There aren't many markets for it yet. So this is kind of a chicken egg prospect. How do we get this off the ground? You can't grow something that has no market. And so a folks' idea was probably the easiest thing is some bread or maybe malting for beer. But along comes Nels Rowe, and he's heard of this, that Wyoming's got this emmer grain growing, and he wants to make whiskey out of it. Well, whiskey's a much better product for a startup of this nature because you're going to use 25 pounds of emmer wheat per bottle. That's quite a concentration. And so these growers can get paid they can get paid better for growing this wheat for whiskey than they can for bread or malt for beer. So it was really kind of a perfect timing kind of thing. Nels is actually from Wyoming, and his mom lives in the Powell area where this grain is grown. So it's kind of a homecoming project to him. He is located down in Colorado. He's got a distillery there. He does specialize in kind of these ancient grains. And I think that was the other component of this. Emmer doesn't malt like other grains. You add water to this and it becomes like organic glue. And Nels told me they had to actually get air chisels to chisel this stuff out on some of their first malting attempts. It didn't go so well.
Yeah.
So bringing this about, it's been a trial by fire, trial by error. There wasn't a roadmap on how to do this. There is one other product out there, Jake, that used some emmer in the mash. It's a bourbon by Weller. By law, bourbon has to be at least 51% corn. So, it's not even a majority for sure of this bourbon. Since 51% of the mash had to be corn. And probably it's just there's like a flavoring agent. Emmer has kind of a nutty flavor. It's pleasant. So, it's a good addition. But this whiskey, and I want to note that bourbon by Weller, if you want a bottle of that, it's going to cost you $3,000.
Oh, my.
It's $3,000 a bottle. But so this emmer whiskey from Dryland Distilling is $129 a bottle, and it's 100% emmer. So you can try it for much less than you can the
yeah. Well, Nels Rowe is hit on some genius. He's got emmer grain. What could be the end product? What can you do with it? You can make bread, but why make bread when you can make whiskey? I like what you're thinking, Nels. And Dryland Distilling, what kind of taste, what kind of note? Rich, silky, complex, single grain whiskey. We got to get us some of this. I know you like to sample the product, Renee. Have you uncorked a bottle yet?
No, I don't have any of this. I think it came out October 18th, but you have to go down to Colorado to pick it up.
We're not going to find any at the Lander Bar where you've been lately. So how did that go in the Lander Bar? That's a historic place. Everybody knows the Lander Bar.
Yeah, it's a really cool place. The very first time I was in Lander for the 4th of July, and I'm looking for some place to eat, and I don't know where to eat because I've never been to Lander before. And so somebody recommended Cowfish. They said, that's pretty good. I'm like, okay, I'll try it. And so I wandered down to the Cowfish, not knowing what to expect. And I get there, and it is pandemonium. There are like 500 people stuffed into this courtyard between Lander Bar and the Cowfish. It is like a frat party, but it's all adults, So I was like, what in the heck is going on? So I go into the Cowfish. I'm like, I probably can't even get a table, but they have one table left. So I got to sit there in this scene in Lander. I'm like, wow, this is really cool. That was 3 years ago, and I've been trying to get a story about the Lander Bar ever since. It took me that long to connect with the right people to write this story.
Yeah, Cowfish, insanely popular with the hipsters. Everybody, cowboys and hipsters alike. Yeah, it is super popular. Lander Bar. So what, do you remember what you ordered? What did you have there?
Oh, at the Cowfish, I ordered the fish. I was wanting to be healthy. Plus, I think the real test of most restaurants isn't how they prepare a steak. Everybody can do a steak reasonably well, but not every place can do fish well. And if you overcook fish the least little bit, it's terrible, right?
Right.
But the real test of this restaurant will be a more difficult dish. And so I ordered the fish, and it was absolutely perfectly prepared. These guys deserve their 2022 James Beard nomination. They're, I would say one of the better restaurants in the state. I'm not going to say the best because there are a couple others that I think are also really, really good. That La Rev in Sheridan, for example, is great. But so I was like, wow, this place is
So Cowfish is legit. It has the kind of mystique, and it got so popular so fast that you think, oh, it's probably just inflated. It's just the restaurant of the month. It's probably not any, truth to it. So it's good to know. Yes, a foodie like you gives it the seal of approval. Yeah, we'll see if Beard also drops a little designation on him one of these days. That's cool. How about the Flitner family? I learned about this from another newspaper, but then I saw you followed up with a lot more details. We all know Kanye West, the hip hop star. He went through a phase where he thought he loved Wyoming, but like his girlfriends, they're short-lived, and he no longer cared for Wyoming, and he sold everything. I talked to the car dealership dude where he bought his fleet of vehicles while he was in Wyoming and then sold them all back to the dealership when he decided he wanted out. The Flitner Ranch, I'm glad this historic, over 100-year-old ranch now is put back together. Like, they sold some of the ranch to Kanye and now have bought it back. How did it work, Renee? What's going on?
Well, so it's important to note, too, that Kanye actually bought two ranches, the Monster Lake Ranch and this Bighorn Mountain Ranch. They're completely separate. They're in different counties of Wyoming even. They're not part of the same deal. They weren't treated the same way. On the Monster Lake Ranch, Kanye demolished buildings. He was building, ecosystem domes. He had this vision, this grand vision that he was trying to bring about in Wyoming.
Is that where he was going to make his sneaker factory?
In Cody, yeah. He bought some property Cody for that, I
Okay.
think. I don't think the sneaker factory was going on the Monster Lake Ranch.
Oh, okay.
That was more about he was creating communities that were going to be, these affordable housing domes called Yeko domes,
Okay.
or I think they were called Yeko domes.
Yeah. Then, what was his interest in the Flitner's Bighorn Ranch then? Is that where he was going to live or something?
Wait, and so that's all just speculation.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody knows what his plans were for the Bighorn Ranch, but I'm told by the Flitners, who are the neighbors of that ranch, since was once part of their operation, they're directly adjacent. I'm told by them that he visited like twice, if that, and that really he did nothing on the property was ever done. No buildings were bulldozed. All the historic stuff is still there in place. So I don't think he had any intention of creating his ecosystem necessarily there. I think that was all Monster Ranch was going to be a showcase for that, for these communities that Kanye West hoped to develop across the nation. And, these ecosystem domes were going to be interspersed with branded ecosystem retail, beverages, food, sneakers, clothing, retail shops. They were going to be self-contained communities, basically. Very kind of interesting.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Kanye's had a lot of dreams, and not all of them have come to fruition. But I'm glad this one's back in the hands of the Flitners. I got to know Sarah, who was the one-time mayor of Jackson. She's of the Flitner family, so she was the best mayor Jackson's had in a long time. From good old ranch and stock. That's cool. Let's go. One more story. If you have time, I want to talk about Wright, the town built on coal, Wright, Wyoming.
Yeah. So, let me go get that story up so I can remind myself.
They got a few rodeo cowgirls, by the way, from Wright. One of them of the high school level, I'm trying to think of her name, but she is really, really good. So they rodeo a little bit in Wright, and they also do some coal.
Yeah. While I was in Wright, the mayor, they all mention their wildlife. They're known for their bison, but they have lots of wildlife in Wright. And it's funny because when I was there, as I was driving to the meeting with the mayor, I'm sitting at a stop sign, okay? And all of a sudden, these 4 antelope just dashed across the street right in front of me. They don't look both ways.
Yeah. Antelope.
They didn't take off right across this. I'm like, oh man, I'm glad I'm sitting here at a stop sign and I was stopped already.
Yeah.
That could have been bad.
Well, they're just proving they're living up to the whole wildlife thing. That's all. They got a job to do.
Yeah. But the mayor's wife tells me that the antelope, they just hang around town and watch the humans. That's like their favorite pastime. Sit down at the golf course and watch the humans golfing.
Interesting.
But it's kind of a park-like setting too, right? They've got a pond there that serves as a visitor center. It's very nice visitor center, and a little memorial thing there that doubles as a state rest area. It's got winding pathways that go around. I was very impressed with the community. It's kind of like a little park.
Very cool. I went to Wright once by accident. I was just passing through. It looks like a cool town.
It is a cool town.
Yeah, all towns in Wyoming are cool. And you would know, you're well-traveled. Oh, yeah, our question of the day for all our guests, Renee, one last thing. With all your traveling, when you stop to fuel up, for you, is it the cheapest, lowest octane gas, or do you do the high-end stuff? 85, 91, what do you do?
I do the one in the middle.
Oh, you just split the difference, go down the middle.
Yeah, I don't want the most expensive. I don't want the least expensive.
Okay. Everybody had different ways of doing it. You and Jackie do the middle. You want to be nice to your vehicle, but hey, who can afford to be that nice? Okay.
I just figure the middle, you're getting a relatively good product. It's not the most. It's not the
much, Renee. Appreciate it. Have a great Tuesday.
Yeah.
Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Well, better late than never. We should get to this day in history. We've had a jam-packed morning. A lot going on. We had a lot of guests today, including a nice chat with Doug Kelly. That was early on in the first hour. Doug Kelly stopped in and told us about an arms race going on. Not an arms race, but an AI race. What nation is going to lead the way with artificial intelligence? China spending an enormous amount of money on AI, trying to be like the leader of artificial intelligence. China spends $2.8 trillion a year on AI. AI can be used, obviously, in a variety of ways. It can make menial tasks. It could relieve humans of have to do menial tasks. AI, a certain part of it is used in Chat GPT or searches of the internet. That's artificial intelligence. AI is also robotic stuff. And the fear is if China dominates the AI world, industry, whatever you want to call the AI future of technology, China is, a very guarded, closed society. They have censorship. So this AI tech, anything AI developed by China would probably not be available to anybody else, any other country, wouldn't be shared. And it may be weaponized and may be used to, China may be so interested in AI because they're going to use it to hack the United States, hack the internet. They're already doing that, in fact. Doug Kelly points out, and he's not the only one. China's already doing that. So is Russia, using bots to post fake stories on Facebook. That's all China, Russia derived. We've traced it back to those countries. So if China wins the AI race, we're just going to see more and more of that. It's important for the U.S. to lead the way in AI. U.S. is free expression and open technology. Doug Kelly's got a real interesting take, and it's serious. I mean, he calls the AI revolution, it's important for U.S. to lead the way and win that race. Doug was really informative. We'll have him on again sometime in the future. Audra Draper was here. She was one of only 5 female master bladesmiths. She can make a knife, y'all. She was the first female master bladesmith after being told by her mentor, girls don't make knives. Audra saw it as a challenge, not necessarily a negative, and she makes knives now and teaches others how to do it. Master bladesmith Audra Draper. She was really interesting to talk to. Let's do a little this day in history. Let's go back to 1803. This day, by the way, is October 21. If your phone hasn't told you that, or your wherever you put your calendar. This day in 1803, the Senate authorized President Jefferson to officially take possession of the Louisiana Territory and establish a temporary military government for the territory. So interesting. I'm fascinated by the whole time era. Lewis and Clark expedition, the Corps of Discovery, 1803. We just heard the other day that it was ratified. The deal went through. France sold a whole big area. I think it was 66 million acres. Is that right? What if I'm right? What do you want to make a bet? I mean, that is some piece of information stuck in my brain that probably doesn't need to be there and won't be there for much longer. It'll be replaced. No, I'm not even close. 66 million. I don't know where I got that number. The area of Louisiana Purchase is vast. 828,000 square miles, which is a lot more than 22 million acres. It's 530 million acres. Doggy. Yeah, I don't know if France even knew what they had, This was all when you're trying to govern your deal there in Europe. You hear about a new land discovered by that Spaniard. And then the rush was on to go claim the new land, even when you couldn't really govern your own deal. That was fascinating. England warring with France, who was warring with Spain. They're all fighting each other and barely hanging on to their own borders. And then they got a few rickety ships that set sail for like 2 months over the Atlantic Ocean, discover another land, and try to hang on to that. Yeah, good luck, France. France got smart, though. They didn't just walk away from it. They sold it to us. Louisiana Purchase for $15 million. That's about $18 a square mile. That's not bad. Both sides worked out pretty good, I think. France get to stay in France because they would have had no ability to even Take your cue from England. They couldn't hang on to the 13 colonies. Not from way over there overseas. And France got smart. They said, we're at least going to get money out of this. Rather than retreat at the end of a musket, we're going to get some value out of the Louisiana land over there. They sold it to the U.S., and that deal was finalized yesterday in this day in history, 1803. Today, it was officially authorized. The Senate authorized President Jefferson to take possession. First thing Jefferson did is said, we need an army to guard this thing. That's a lot of land. We need, I heard it's filled with Indians. We got French trappers running around. Spain is probably wants some of that. We need an army to guard it. And it was this day in history that President Jefferson established a temporary military government for the territory. And then it would be next spring of 1804, when he finally sent Lewis and Clark and about a dozen dudes to go check out what it was we were guarding and what it was we just bought. 1822, this day, the first charter bank west of the Mississippi. Where do you think that was established? It was established in San Antonio, Texas. But as we learned from Bill Sniffen the other day, last week, if you were watching Friday or listening, that at that time, Texas included a whole bunch of Wyoming territory, or some of Wyoming territory, back in 1822. So technically, the first charter bank west of the Mississippi, you could say, was also chartered in Wyoming. It was Wyoming at the time. It was established in San Antonio, Texas, by Mexican Governor Jose Felix Tres Palacios. Okay. 1866, this day, Fort Philip Kearny was completed. Construction at the Territorial Prison in Laramie was completed on this day in 1872. In this day, 1873, Wyoming and Iowa were incorporated. Okay, Wyoming, Iowa. Or was it, is there a place called Wyoming, Iowa? If so, I would remove it from this day in history and, oh, there is. Okay, I don't think we need this item in this day in history. There is a Wyoming, Iowa, tiny little dot on the map. It's, boy, I'm trying to find the nearest town that anybody would have ever heard of. Okay, it's east of Cedar Rapids and before you would encounter the Mississippi River, about midway. So if you were in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and headed east on 151, before you hit the Mississippi, you would probably travel right through Wyoming, Iowa. Wow, I've never been there. You'd have to go out of your way to get there. And on this day, Wyoming, Iowa was incorporated, 1873. That has nothing to do with Wyoming other than it is named Wyoming. 1909, this day, the cornerstone for Jira College was laid. Jira College was a Protestant college. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Jireh. It no longer exists today. The town likewise no longer exists. Its history relatively short, but it featured a combined effort to create a Christian school along with a farming community. We've talked about this college previously, or I remember last year when we did the show. The show is now a little over a year old. I do remember talking about it on this day in history, October 21st. October 21, 1941, it was reported on this day that 53 Wyoming public school teachers were called to military service. That was a significant number of teachers all of a sudden that were not in the classroom anymore. 1941, obviously, World War II getting underway. Given the population of the state at that time, 53 teachers suddenly vanish in uniform and gone from the classroom. That was significant. 1991 this day, Yellowstone National Park, steamboat geyser erupted. It had not erupted in a long time, and it would not erupt again for another 9 years until the year 2000. This day, October 21, 1991, steamboat blows its top. Yesterday, we talked about a couple of blizzards that crippled the state on this day in history. Here was another one, 1995, October 21st, statewide. Wyoming hit by a blizzard statewide. And on this day in 1996, a magnitude 3.7 earthquake occurred about 72 miles outside of Green River, Wyoming. All these things happen on this day in history, October 21. Time to rodeo.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Great to have you along. Today, he just qualified for his 4th Wrangler National Finals rodeo in the team roping. He's a third-generation roper out of Pueblo, Colorado. His name is Trey Yates. It came down to the final weekend for he and his great partner, Luke Brown. We'll talk about those last couple runs of the last weekend on the Roadshow coming up.
Farmers and ranchers know that fall is more than just a season. It's the payoff of a year's hard work and the start of the next. Through the long days and the changing seasons, your dedication keeps our community strong. At the Western Ag Network, we're proud to stand with you every step of the way, sharing your story, supporting your operation, and keeping agriculture connected across the West. Western Ag Network, where the heart of farming and ranching is always on our airwaves and social media channels.
Every dollar you spend on cattle supplements should give you a return. Too often, it doesn't. Smart Lick protein tubs fix that with consistent, self-fed nutrition that improves conception, calf health, and gains. No wasted time, no wasted labor. Just proven results that put money back in your pocket. Feed smarter, not harder. Go to smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com to find your dealer.
I want to, first of all, talk to you about you and Luke Brown qualified for the NFR, and it kind of came down to that last week of the season. You won money in Mandan, North Dakota. You won about $16,000 at the Governor's Cup in Sioux Falls. Boy, it came down to the wire, didn't it, Trey? Talk about that.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it. We just kind of clicked along. We had some chances along the way, and it was just kind of a battle. But I guess the glory of the grind for us was we were able to get in the Governor's Cup, and we drew a really good steer on the first night and took advantage of him, and that won the go-round. That punched our ticket. So it was quite a blessing. I had never got to go, but what a rodeo and what an experience.
That's great. I texted you after the first night, said keep it going, because you were like 16th or 17th at that time, as I recall.
Yeah, we needed a dang sure win. I think I might have been 15th, but I think Luke was just out. But yeah, it was a clutch run, no doubt. It's dang sure one that I'll never forget.
Back to the NFR goes the 30-year-old from Pueblo, Colorado, Trey Yates, whose granddad went there 14 times. His dad went there about 20 times. What a roping tradition in the Yates family. Trey Yates on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, we're back and we're gone. Let's take the final break of the morning and we'll make a race for the finish line. I got more stories to deliver, including a few that concern air travels. You want to keep a heads up? We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Welcome back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show Tuesday. 5 Cody business owners have come together to save the historic Cassie's restaurant. Cassie's, last time we checked in with Andrew Rossi from the Cowboy State Daily, Cassie's was in danger of the wrecking ball. It was ownerless. Nobody wanted it. Nobody was interested in it. Cassie's opened as a supper club in 1993. Recent owner legal troubles have put the future of Cassie's kind of sketchy, but we learned from Andrew Rossi that 5 different business owners in Cody have put their pennies together, put their heads together, and have signed a long-term lease to operate the historic restaurant and live music and dancing venue. It's been sitting on a 7-acre parcel right there on U.S. Highway 14 for almost a century. The property has changed hands several times. Last iteration was that supper club. Back in the day, it was a house of ill repute, right? Wasn't it a bit of an area where you could have a dance with a lady and maybe more? Yeah. But Cassie's pretty legendary, pretty famous. One of our listeners chimed in on the text line, on the studio text line, and said, you should just let Cassie's go to rot. Not worth saving was, I think, the general consensus. As far as Cassie's, it should be demolished. I was there a couple of times. It's a dump. Gross. But, maybe With new ownership, these 5 businesses getting together would be worth saving. Maybe we can turn Cassie's around. Certainly historic, and you pass by it every time you go to Cody. You can't miss it. Yeah, the same listener texted in with another question. Oh, we were talking about truckers and the idea that Wyoming legislation concerning being able to write a ticket to a truck driver if he can't speak English. And our listeners want to know, well, what do you do if you pull somebody over, they can't speak English, you write them a ticket, and then do you let them drive away? And I would assume, yes, just like any other ticket, just because you're guilty of blowing through a stop sign doesn't mean you can't drive. Presumably the similar notion exists for truck drivers who are required to be able to speak English. I don't think if you pulled one over and you found out he couldn't speak English that you write him a citation and then you put the truck on a hook and tow it away. I think the guy could go on his way, but that situation would have to be rectified. Good question, though. What do you do when you say there can be no truck drivers without English proficiency, and you catch one and you write him a ticket, and then can he then just drive away? You could pull him over again about a mile down the road. It's like catching a speeder who just consistently speed. I don't know. That's a mind bender. Good one. And then those Colorado poachers that wasted 4 trophy bull elk should be prosecuted to the fullest extent. Our listeners said, I agree. Hang them like cattle Kate. Yeah, hang them from the same tree. Good idea. Other story. Did you notice the global outage of internet the other day? I think this was back on the weekend, or was it yesterday? Because I didn't notice, but apparently Down Detector, which is where you go when you can't get on to your Facebook or whatever. You go to Down Detector and you ask, is this a real outage or is this just my stupid Wi-Fi? Is this my router or is this everybody? Down Detector will tell you. Amazon Web Services, AWS, which is a leader in cloud infrastructure market, they kind of manage. If AWS goes down, everything goes down. And AWS suffered a major outage. It's the leading provider of cloud infrastructure technology, so there was virtually nothing you could do on the interwebs. It affected about a third of the market. I didn't notice. This happened Monday. Yesterday, for much of the day. By Monday evening, a spokesman for AWS said all services returned to normal, but people noticed problems apparently at Amazon. Your purchase wouldn't go through. People at Snapchat, there was problems there. Disney Plus, if you were looking to watch a show on that. Reddit was affected. Canva. All these web-based software, web-based stuff you couldn't do during this outage. Big snafu. Was it the Chinese hacking? That's a possibility. AWS still saying they don't know what caused the outage, but they were able to fix it. We were talking about SNAP benefits the other day. Wyoming lawmakers considering it, making it a law that SNAP money, food coupons, the nutrition assistance program, considering making it a law in Wyoming that you couldn't use SNAP benefits, SNAP money for junk food, snack food, or, candy bars and soda pop. Considering it, that's no bill has been proposed yet. Coming up in February during the budget session, we'll see if one is proposed, but lawmakers are saying they want to take a good look at SNAP benefits in Wyoming and whether families using SNAP can use that for junk food? Should you not have to use the food assistance program for something fairly nutritional? There's now concern nationwide that some states are warning their SNAP benefiters that the government shutdown may affect benefits from SNAP. The money may dry up due to the government shutdown. Some states are spreading the word. States across the country have started warning that payments through the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program will not be distributed as scheduled on November 1st if Congress fails to reopen the government by the end of the month. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins said last week there are not enough funds in the SNAP program as current, unless or until an agreement is pounded out in the Senate concerning the government shutdown. So never mind what you can buy with SNAP. You may be buying nothing with SNAP if the government doesn't get back to work. So far, no signs that there's even going to be a vote called for. Meanwhile, in D.C., the noise you hear is President Trump demolishing part of the White House. Talk about King's rally. King Trump is destroying part of the White House in order to rebuild a bigger, better ballroom. That's what he's working on. The East Wing yesterday was under construction. In fact, President Trump was there. He was hosting a group. Who was the group? He was hosting a group, and he said, "You may hear some may hear some banging over there. That's my new 90,000 foot square foot ballroom with a capacity of 1,000. He wants to put on more glitzy functions, and the old ballroom simply wasn't getting it done. He's calling this the new, big, beautiful White House ballroom. And he said, "I'm pleased to announce that ground has been broken. So has some of the White House, as they had to tear down some of the White House to get to work on that." Interesting. Yeah. Oh, he was hosting college baseball players at the White House Monday when he said, right on the other side of this wall, you may hear some construction occasionally. That's my big, new, beautiful ballroom being built. Well, we're out of time on this Tuesday. We'll check in again with you tomorrow, same time. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on YouTube, X, Facebook, on the website, cowboystatedaily.com, maybe on a radio station near you, or run it back wherever you enjoy your podcast. Download it. The archive show will be up in about 5 minutes. For now, have a great Tuesday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.